Chapter 948. That's right, and Lin had only poked Lee's face with a finger, and his finger had been charred black. If he really did kiss her, his face would probably be charred black. This was no joke. He really was going to die, and Lin's heart was in turmoil, but he still maintained a smile on his face. Lee was a little embarrassed by Lin's words and actions. Perhaps it was because no one had ever done something like this to her before. A blush appeared on her face, and the surrounding temperature rose slightly again. And Lin, he really couldn't afford to mess with her. All of a sudden, he seemed to have thought of something. Mistress Ely, I'm feeling a little hot. It's not very convenient for us to communicate like this. Can you transform into my form or lower the temperature? Yairi shook her head. How could I possibly do something like that? My true form is the Golden Crow, and I haven't reached the Tao integration stage yet, so my control over my body is very weak. As for lowering the temperature, that's even more impossible. Lowering the temperature would be equivalent to severing my own cultivation base, and Lin felt like a sword had been stabbed viciously into his heart upon hearing this. This was destroying his final path of retreat. F*CK off. System. F*CKU. And Lin roared in his heart. This F*King system was telling him to kiss the sun, burn him to death, or die from stupidity. Choose one. Choose my A*S. And Lin's expression suddenly became extremely sinister. Never would he have thought that his encounter with the guardian of the Sun Tree on the 9th level would lead to this outcome. The all-knowing crow had said that the guardian of the Sun Tree was a female, and Lin had been elated for a long time. Thank God it wasn't a male. In the end, it was a female, but it was King female sun, and Lin felt like he was about to go insane. Lee was given a fright by the changes in Lin's expression, and she flew toward Lin with a concerned expression. What's wrong? Great Sparrow Man. The two of them were inches apart. Terrifying temperatures swept toward him, and Lin's hair began to combust. And Lin, oh, I'm sorry. Yairi apologized profusely before putting some distance between them, and Lin used a water spell to extinguish the flames on his head. His long hair became curly. You deserve a free perm. Fortunately, his hair was tough, and he had the god body to protect him. Otherwise, he would have become bald in just a blink of an eye. It doesn't matter. This has nothing to do with you. It's my hair that's too disappointing. And Lin smiled, indicating that he didn't care. Yairi, why did these words sound so bitter? Oh, right. Yairi suddenly remembered something and flew toward the transparent tree at the center. And Lin looked at Lee's departing figure with a perplexed expression, unsure of what it was going to do. Yairi's sun body split into 2 tentacles and plucked 2 translucent rainbow fruits from the tree before handing them to Lin. Here, this was the 9th floor sun fruit, the 9 blazing Truyong fruit. According to convention, all newly advanced mythological beasts of the sun tree have the right to obtain 2 9-flame Truyong fruits. And Lin fell silent as he looked at the first-rank immortal fruits before him. He was on the verge of becoming mentally handicapped or being burned to death, so these 2 high-rank immortal fruits were unable to stir up even a single ripple in his heart. The vermilion bird princess jumped to her feet upon seeing this. Holy F*CK. I forgot about this. D*MN. Shameless and is getting lucky. The 9-flame Truyong fruit was the most valuable fruit produced by the sun tree. It absorbed the purest power of the sun and only appeared once every 9,999 years. It was close to the level of a divine fruit and was priceless, even for Tao integration stage mythological beasts. And Lin couldn't even be bothered to look at it as he slapped the fruit away. This isn't what I want. Yairi turned to Lin with a hint of surprise on her face. This was the first time she had seen a super mighty figure who wasn't interested in the 9-flame Truyong fruit. Thinking back, The 9-colored divine vermilion bird had only reluctantly given the 9-flame true yang fruit to the vermilion bird after acting spoiled and adorable for several hundred years. However, the man before her didn't even look at a fruit of this caliber. How refreshing and unpretentious. Then what do you want? Yairi couldn't help but ask, and Lin looked at Yairi with a resolute expression. I want a kiss. A kiss? Yairi blinked with confusion. Kiss who? A kiss, and Lin replied. Everyone suddenly fell silent. Yairi's mouth gaped open as she stared blankly at Lin. Boom! He activated his origin energy of the netherworld, and his power instantly soared to new heights. His holy vermilion flame and 6 divine flames were activated at the same time to enshroud his body. After being enshrouded by the flames, and Lin did everything he could to keep Yairi's scorching heat at bay. He and Yairi were like 2 different little suns. Yairi didn't even have a chance to react before a pair of hands pressed down onto her body, upon which a soft sensation came from her lips. 1 man and 1 ball kissed one another, and time seemed to have frozen in that instant. The vermilion bird princess immediately jumped up. Holy F***CK! He really dares to kiss me. And Lin could feel the terrifying heat threatening to melt his body, and he immediately activated his engulfment technique. There was no time for hesitation. Sometimes you were only 1 instant away from success, and Lin's hair and clothes were all set ablaze by the scorching heat, and the unbearable heat from his lips threatened to burn him to death. He lost all sensation in the next instant. However, he was still like a moth flying toward a flame, and he didn't give up. And Lin and Yairi's flames clashed, and boundless light and heat swept forth in all directions. The dazzling flames at the center were even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. The purest power of flames flowed into Lin's body through his mouth, and his entire body was elevated to a higher level. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, mission accomplished. You have successfully absorbed the essential power of Yang from the Sun Tree, instilling the Yang God cultivation method now. It was also at this moment that Ellie let out a soft moan, as if something soft had been touched. She seemed to have finally come to her senses, and her entire body turned from golden flames to platinum flames. In the end, she was unable to control her power, and her power erupted. Boom! The flames instantly exploded, incinerating everything in their path, and the entire 9th level tremored violently from the violent impact. And Lin's naked body was blasted into the sky. His mouth was charred and swollen, and his entire body was charred beyond recognition. He was like a rag as he flew through the air in a parabolic arc before plummeting toward the ground. Right at the most critical moment, Yairi arrived just in time, and she caught Lin in her arms with a blush on her face. Terrifying heat swept forth again, threatening to melt him. And Lin, as his consciousness blurred, he felt like that kiss was one that he would never forget for the rest of his life. The degree of stimulation was 5 stars. In the end, he fainted from the scorching heat. Before he fainted, he roared in his heart, "Please, don't hug me anymore. I really don't want to be burned to death." Chapter 949. Ely finally realized what she had done. If she continued to hug Lin like this, and Lin was going to be crushed to death. She immediately tossed Lin aside in fear. Thump! And Lin's charred body fell to the ground, where it lay completely motionless. Ah, are you all right, Great Sparrow Man? Ely's heart jolted with shock as she flew toward Lin and immediately unleashed a spell technique to assess Lin's condition. She heaved a long sigh of relief upon seeing that there was still a heartbeat. Ely unleashed a healing technique upon Lin almost without any hesitation. Geez, the Great Sparrow Man. He kissed me all of a sudden. That was way too sudden. What was he thinking? And why did he kiss me so decisively? Ely's heart rate accelerated as a blush appeared on her face at the thought of what had just happened. Oh my, how embarrassing. Boom! Ely exploded again, and Lin's charred body was blasted into the air again. Ah, Great Sparrow Man. I'm sorry. Lee let loose a cry of surprise before rushing over to catch the plummeting Enlin in her arms. Scorching temperatures began to melt Enlin's body again. On the Black Continent, the vermilion bird princess lips twitched as she looked at Enlin's body being whipped relentlessly. She silently covered her eyes with her hands. She simply couldn't bear to look at Enlin's pitiful state. Don't hate me. How was I supposed to know that you would actually kiss the sun? The vermilion bird princess heaved a faint sigh as she looked at the wretched Enlin. However, even though he knew that the guardian of the sun was the sun, he still kissed it without any hesitation. This proves that he wasn't lying to me. With this in mind, the vermilion bird princess' eyes shimmered, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Amidst the haziness, a long time seemed to have passed, and Lin's entire body was burning with pain, and he opened his eyes with great difficulty. He was greeted by a vast expanse of golden light, and he couldn't see anything else. Oh, so it was because Lee's body was too big and too bright, and it almost blinded him for the second time. Ah, Great Sparrow Man, you're finally awake. A joyful smile appeared on Yairi's face upon seeing Enlin open his eyes, and her entire body became even more radiant. Enlin looked at Lee, whose body had become brighter and his legs went weak. He begged, please don't be agitated. Yairi. Enlin seemed to have been crippled by the explosion. Apart from being able to speak with difficulty, his flesh, bones, and meridians were all shattered by the impact of the light and heat of the explosion. Lee was unleashing a relentless stream of healing spell techniques on him. But at this rate of recovery, it appeared that he wouldn't be able to recover even after half a month. That's right, he had paid a much heavier price for kissing Lee than he had for kissing the vermilion bird princess. He was already traumatized by the act of forcibly kissing. Great Sparrow Man. Why did you kiss me? Ellie's voice became lower and lower as she spoke, as if she was shy. She looked at the naked Enlin and shyly looked elsewhere. Enlin didn't mind being seen naked by Lee. Was it like running naked under the setting sun? How would it feel to be seen naked by the sun in the sky? What a joke! This was like being seen naked by the shower head when you were taking a bath. If you really felt shy, then you were probably a pervert. Of course, the sun had a life of its own, and it was a female one, so it was a little different. However, Enlin didn't mind this difference. As for why the female sun had kissed him, Enlin didn't want to answer. He couldn't think of a good excuse at the moment. Lee's blush became even more intense upon seeing Enlin's silence. Enlin's body shuddered upon seeing this, and he was starting to get a little scared. He recalled back to the horror of Lee's self-detonation. Was this little sun imagining something crazy? Calm down first, and don't think too much. Enlin immediately spoke in fear. Lee nodded, and flames materialized into a pair of hands before handing the 9-flame Truyong fruit to Enlin again. This is for you. Enlin's head throbbed at the sight of the fruit. No, I can't accept this immortal fruit. Didn't I tell you already? You can exchange it with your kiss. He was a mythological beast who had only come here to kiss the little sun, so he wasn't shameless enough to accept these 2 precious fruits for free. Lee didn't expect Enlin to reject her good intentions again, and she became even more excited. Why did you kiss me? Why are you willing to pay such a heavy price to do something like this to me? She was very excited, not because she was angry, but because of some kind of indescribable emotion. No living being has ever been willing to get so close to me. Regardless of whether it's the flowers, birds, insects, fish, or even mythological beasts, none of them are willing to have intimate contact with me because I'm too hot. But you, the more Lee spoke, the more excited she became, and the flames around her body became even more scorching. And Lin's attention was drawn back again. They had agreed to wait until he recovered from his injuries. So why was she bringing this up again? Was Lee always so impatient? However, in all honesty, even though Lee had injured him, that wasn't her intention. On the contrary, Ili was still doing everything in her power to heal him even after he had been severely wounded, and he was extremely touched by this. If Ili were to beat him up again while he was unconscious, then perhaps he really would have died under the sun tree. The guardian of the sun tree really was unexpectedly gentle. Perhaps he should make Ili happier? And Lin's heart stirred, and he cleared his throat. A moth pursues light and sees the beauty of flames, so it pounces toward them without any hesitation. I also like light, and I saw the beauty of light and heat emanating from your body, so I wanted to express my love for light with a kiss. What he was implying was that he liked Ili's flames, which was different from her true body. That would be a compliment to Ili, and it would also explain why he had kissed her, so he should be able to fool her. And Lin was then greeted by the sight of Ili's body becoming brighter and brighter. "Calm down! Calm down!" And Lin almost roared. Boom! The 9th level tremored again. The light from the explosion illuminated the sun tree, and a charred body was blasted into the sky again. "Ah, I'm sorry, great vermilion bird man." Ili knew that she had lost control again, and she hugged the plummeting Lin with a guilty expression. And Lin was in despair as he felt the scorching heat threatening to melt him, and he fainted again. Being in close contact with the sun was an extremely painful experience. Ili came to her senses, and she immediately tossed Lin's body far away in fright. Thump! And Lin tumbled to the ground before sprawling onto his stomach. The vermilion bird princess covered her eyes with her hands. Sigh. Why does Shamelesson like to court death so much? If you continue to seek death like this, what if you accidentally die? She hesitated for a long time as she looked at the dying man on the crystal screen. In the end, she gritted her teeth and made a decision. Chapter 950. Everything was blurry and indistinct, and Lin discovered that he had been trapped in a furnace with boundless scorching flames burning his body, and he couldn't help but cry out in pain from the scorching pain. A bucket of cold water suddenly poured over him, drenching him from head to toe. What was it like to have a piece of hot metal suddenly poured over with cold water? And Lin's body sizzled and spasmed, and he completely fainted from the pain. Within the darkness, he gradually regained consciousness, and an extremely warm and refreshing feeling enshrouded his body. The terrifying scorching pain seemed to have disappeared, and he felt as if he had fallen into a warm embrace. His entire body was so comfortable that he didn't want to get up. However, and Lin still forced his eyes open. He was not greeted by the blinding fireball. Instead, he was greeted by a faint white light that was cool and gentle. This is... And Lin's heart jolted as he sat up from the water. He looked around at his surroundings with astonishment. This was far too familiar. Wasn't this the heart-examining lake where he had encountered the vermilion bird princess for the second time? And he was lying in the lake where the vermilion bird princess had bathed. Shamelesson, you're finally awake. A pleasant voice suddenly sounded, and Lin turned toward the white mist, and an adorable young woman walked out from it before staring intently at Lin's body with her big, bright eyes. And Lin only came to his senses now. He was completely nude. He immediately pulled out a set of clothes from his storage ring and changed into them in the blink of an eye. Oi, you're the shameless one. You're the first person to look at my body in such a blatant manner. The vermilion bird princess pursed her lips upon hearing this. Ili is the first, all right? She then continued, also, you've seen Ili's naked body. Why don't you admit that you're a shameless pervert? You have to take responsibility for her. Gasp. And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath as his eyes widened. I've seen AF * King naked fireball, and that counts as seeing Ili's naked body? Responsibility, my A**. Where's the justice in this world? He then realized something, and he exclaimed in shock, wait, wasn't I on the 9th level? How did you get me back here? The vermilion bird princess harumphed lightly as she raised her beautiful oval face. You were blasted half dead by Ili, and Ili couldn't think of a way to save you. She knew that this lake on the 7th level had rich Een-type power, which was very effective in treating burns, so she brought you here. And Lin nodded with a skeptical expression upon hearing this. At the same time, he realized that the dream he had during his unconsciousness really was a reality. Don't think that you won't feel pain just because you're asleep. That kind of body would still remember the pain. Thank you, Vermilion Bird Princess. No matter what, and Lin still expressed his gratitude. The Vermilion Bird Princess waved a hand with a nonchalant expression. You've been lying in my lake for 5 or 6 days now, and you've basically recovered from your injuries. You're no longer the guardian of the Sun Tree. And Lin paused for a few seconds before speaking. Vermilion Bird Princess, aren't you curious about why I'm going to kiss the guardian of the Sun Tree? One had to realize that the Vermilion Bird Princess was very excited about this. However, the Vermilion Bird Princess didn't seem to be interested in the slightest. Something was definitely wrong. A dumb smile appeared on the Vermilion Bird Princess' face. I was too busy treating your injuries to ask about it. She widened her bright eyes and asked curiously, What happened to you? Did you kiss the guardian of the Sun Tree? How did it feel? I don't have the right to see the guardian of the Sun Tree. She was the one who teleported you into this lake. I was really scared at the time. Did she hit you? The Vermilion Bird Princess cocked her head to the side with a curious and innocent expression. And Lin felt as if a sword had been stabbed into his heart upon hearing her last sentence, and he recalled back to the horror of being dominated by Ely's flames. Ely didn't hit him, but it was even more terrifying. He forced a smile onto his face. I did, but it didn't feel too bad. I was blasted a few times by accident. After giving a few more perfunctory replies, he decided to leave. He had completed his mission, so there was no reason for him to stay here any longer. I'm going now, Vermilion Bird Princess. If you ever come to the Kingdom of the 9 States, you can contact me. And Lin waved goodbye. You're leaving just like that? You're not going to stay and play around with the Sun Tree? The Vermilion Bird Princess took a couple of steps forward and looked up at Lin. No, I still have a lot of things to take care of. And Lin shook his head with a smile. By the way, let's exchange voice transmission talismans first. Sure. The Vermilion Bird Princess agreed without hesitation. The two of them injected their auras into the voice transmission talismans, and Lin didn't linger any longer, and he bade farewell to the beautiful woman in a colorful dress. Goodbye, Vermilion Bird Princess. The woman harumphed lightly before turning away. Shameless in. Do you know how dangerous it is to force a kiss on a girl now? I hope you'll learn from that. And Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this. Was she still trying to stab him in the back? Goodbye, Lin, and the extremely pleasant voice sounded again. Goodbye, Vermilion Bird Princess. And Lin stepped onto the heart-examining lake and began to make his way back. He turned to look at the woman behind him as he prayed in his heart. Goodbye, 9-colored divine vermilion bird. The battle at the arena and the inheritance bestowed upon him by the 9-colored divine vermilion bird had only raised some suspicions in his mind. However, the encounter at the heart-examining lake, where he was pummeled without being able to put up any resistance, as well as the fact that he knew about going to the 9th level, had completely verified the Vermilion Bird Princess identity. The Vermilion Bird Princess looked on as his figure disappeared into the white mist, and she prayed in her heart. Goodbye, Lin. She had already guessed Lin's identity after that battle at the arena. However, the two of them tacitly chose not to expose each other and got along as friends. And Lin walked over the surface of the lake and passed through bursts of white mist before finally arriving at the entrance of the heart-examining lake. Have Tinga and Baishinga already disappeared? He looked around. Unbeknownst to him, the two of them were extremely anxious as they waited for Lin to return. They had thought that Lin had already been slapped to death by the 9-colored divine vermilion bird for trespassing on her territory. They had already turned themselves in a long time ago, so why would they wait here like idiots? Sigh. I remember that Bai Shinga lost to me, and he still owes me 3 sun immortal fruits from the 7th level. Now that he's gone, who am I going to ask for the fruits from? What a loss. And Lin heaved a faint sigh before making his way out of the cave. The sun immortal fruits were actually quite useful, and it would be a good idea to bring 1 or 2 for fire-type cultivators like Xiaolan to try. As soon as he made his way out of the cave, he was greeted by the sight of a huge parrot standing at the entrance. The parrot spoke in perfect Tai Chu language. "Excuse me, are you Cultivator and of the Great Sparrow Forest?" Cultivator and of the Great Sparrow Forest? What the F***CK was that? And Lin's face convulsed slightly, and he nodded with a resigned expression. "I am. What can I do for you?" Chapter 951. The huge parrot's smile became even more genuine upon hearing this. "It's like this. I was entrusted by my master to give you these 2 storage rings." And Lin accepted the storage ring, and after refining it, he began to read through its contents. There were 3 white fruits within the first storage ring, all of which were glowing with a dazzling light. These were the sun immortal fruits from the 7th level of the sun tree, the daytime fruit. These were 5th grade immortal fruits that could increase the purity of one's flame power, enhance one's life force, and quickly replenish one's blood. Looks like Bai Shinga still has a conscience after all to send someone here to return the items. A smile appeared on Lin's face as he looked at the second storage ring. He faltered upon seeing what was inside. There was only 1 item within the storage ring, which was a semi-transparent rainbow fruit. This was the sun fruit from the 9th level of the sun tree, the 9-flame true yang fruit. This was a 1st grade immortal fruit. There was also a note on it. "Great Sparrow Man, I know you're not a new Tao integration stage mythological beast, but that's all right. I've decided to give this immortal fruit to you. Because of your courage and because of your unspeakable reasons, I can forgive you for lying to me. I hope I can see the real you next time. Signed, Ili and Lin." And Lin suddenly felt like he had reached the pinnacle of his life. To be favored by the sun and make the sun turn green. This was probably unprecedented, sigh. The kindness of the sun is the hardest to bear. He heaved a faint sigh before stowing the storage ring into his own storage ring and continuing onward. Perhaps one day he would be able to do something for them to repay their kindness. However, the most important thing now was to go back and work hard to earn money. A man should prioritize his career above all else. Only with power and money would he have the right to speak, and only then would he be able to live a happy and harmonious life. And Lin returned the way he came, and he encountered many vermilion bird tribe living beings along the way. To his surprise, these vermilion bird tribe living beings no longer raised their heads arrogantly. Instead, they were all looking at him with curiosity and reverence in their eyes. What had happened? And Lin had a puzzled look on his face, but he couldn't be bothered to ask in detail. He stepped on the bubble and descended toward the 6th floor without looking back. This trip to the southern Heavenly Wing Nation was extremely rewarding. Not only had he perfectly completed his mission, he had also received some wealth, a few good fruits, and the core inheritances of 5 mythological beasts. He had already obtained the Yang God cultivation method, and he had also mastered the move derived from the Yang God cultivation method, the fire melting technique. He could use it to perform the ever-changing fire magic. Now, he only lacked the Yin God cultivation method and the metal attribute, divine, weapon origin, Qi, cultivation method. This thing could not be rushed. He could only wait for an opportunity. After arriving on the 6th level, and Lin found Shuezhantian through a special connection with beast pets. Shuezhantian was extremely excited. "You're famous now. After many people learned of your performance in the arena, they all held you in high esteem and prostrated themselves before you. Some people even suggested putting your statue in the war god's temple, but this suggestion was rejected. and Lin was quite indifferent to all of this. It doesn't matter. Let the name Lin and become a legend. These achievements and glory have nothing to do with me anymore. Master is so indifferent to fame and fortune. Shui Zhantian was astonished. He felt like something was amiss. According to Master's usual style, he should have made Dabai admit his identity before leaving so that he could flex again. Master, did you see the guardian of the sun tree? Was she beautiful? Did your heart skip a beat? Did you kiss her? Shui Zhantian asked with curiosity in his eyes, and Lin shuddered at the mention of this. He had hit a sore spot. My heart skipped a beat? My A***S. Do you think about the end of the world when you see a sun? I kissed her. The guardian of the sun tree is beautiful enough to blind you. She's as beautiful as a celestial maiden, and she's devastatingly beautiful. In any case, you'll get to see her in the future. Perhaps you'll even get to kiss her, and Lin said with a sinister smile. Shui Zhantian recoiled in fright at the sight of Lin's expression. Leave her for Master to enjoy. I don't have the fortune to enjoy her. By the way, where's our gold medal tour guide, Old Cow? And Lin asked. He's very popular right now. As the gold medal tour guide who took Fist God Lin and on a tour around the sun tree, he's constantly telling everyone he met that he had taken Lin and on a tour. His reputation has skyrocketed, and he's showing signs of becoming the best tour guide on the sun tree. He's currently busy promoting his services everywhere, Shui Zhantian explained, and Lin rolled his eyes. This cow sure knows how to seize business opportunities. When a man attains the Tao, his friends and family will ascend to the heavens as well. Shui Zhantian lay in Lin's arms and pointed at the sky in the distance with one of his wings. Master, when will we be able to trample the heavens beneath our feet? When the heavens are beneath our feet, and Lin replied. The human and beast duo attracted countless pairs of eyes as they traveled, and Lin's appearance was no longer a secret. Along the way, many proud birds turned to look at this legendary figure with reverence in their eyes. They strolled all the way from the 6th level of the sun tree to the 1st level before concluding their tour. Master, are we going back now? Shui Zhantian asked. There's no hurry. Let's go to the more chaotic border areas of the southern Heavenly Wing Nation and roam around for a while, and Lin replied. Half a month later, a legend began to spread throughout the southern Heavenly Wing Nation. There was a powerful being who liked to disguise himself as a new bee, and he was extremely powerful. He specialized in hunting down birds who liked to rob others. Hundreds of bird tribe powerful beings had already died at his hands, and all of them had suffered extremely gruesome fates. This incident created quite a stir in the hearts of the birds. Many bandit-like bird tribe powerful beings fled upon hearing the news and didn't dare to cause trouble again in fear that they would be the next ones to be killed. The chaotic public order of the southern Heavenly Wing Nation had been drastically improved by this strange being. Many birds were extremely grateful to this mysterious being, and Lin and Shui Zhantian's business gradually declined after over half a month of killing and robbing, and they finally left behind a legend in the southern Heavenly Wing Nation before reluctantly departing. They earned over 10 million spirit stones from this business, as well as all types of spirit fruits, spirit tools materials, as well as the bodies of bird tribe, powerful beings suitable for tool refinement and pill refinement. In other words, they had struck gold. We can finally return home in glory. A blissful smile appeared on Lin's face. Master, I've been eating spirit fruits for the past half a month, and I'm about to throw up. I want to eat immortal fruits. Shui Zhantian chewed on a spirit fruit as he spoke, and Lin rolled his eyes at Shui Zhantian. You're such a hypocrite. During these past few days, he had given many spirit fruits to Shui Zhantian to eat, and Shui Zhantian's return to Void Stage cultivation base was finally consolidated. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't be willing to give so many spirit fruits to their beast pets, but Filthy rich and didn't care. I'm back, Xiaolan. and Lin looked toward the direction of the celestial court with anticipation in his heart. Chapter 952. And Lin and Shui Zhantian returned to the celestial court, where they were familiar with each other. As the saying went, absence makes the heart grow fonder. After a period of separation, and Lin only wanted to see Su Xiaolan as soon as possible. Xiaolan, I'm back. That evening, and Lin knocked on the door of his dorm room. The door opened, and a beautiful woman with a pair of sparkling eyes appeared before him. And Lin, you're finally back. A vibrant smile appeared on the woman's face. Did you miss me? And Lin walked in with a smile before giving Su Xiaolan a big hug. And Lin was filled with a sense of contentment as he breathed in the faint fragrance of her body and basked in the familiar softness. Be more reserved, little Tian is still here. Su Xiaolan discovered that Shui Zhantian was staring intently at her and in Lin with his big, round eyes, and a faint blush appeared on her face. Xiaolan, you can actually ignore me and treat me like a ball that doesn't exist, Shui Zhantian said in a calm voice. Shui Zhantian spoke in a calm voice before adding, in reality, there's a racial barrier between you and me, so I don't really feel anything from your exchange of emotions. He was only staring at Enlin and Su Xiaolan because he wanted to see if Su Xiaolan's hair had turned green, or if a green halo had appeared on her head. And Lin felt like Shui Zhantian was a hindrance, so he kicked him out the door. Master, you're ungrateful, cruel, and unscrupulous. You're abandoning me after you've started. You called me little Tian Tian when I went to the southern heavenly wing nation with you. But now you're kicking me away like a ball. Little Tian vented his negative emotions outside the door, and Lin couldn't be bothered to respond to Shui Zhantian, and he turned his eyes to the beautiful woman before him. Su Xiaolan was also staring at Enlin with a hint of longing in her eyes. Their lips came into contact with each other, and a wonderful feeling spread through their bodies like an electric shock. It was like a fine wine brewed by immortals, and a sweet feeling spread throughout their bodies. And Lin was so touched that he was about to cry. This was a normal F** king kiss. Whatever terrifying experience of having iron in your mouth, get it out of my head. After a little intimacy, the two began to chat at the table. And Lin first talked about what he had seen in the southern heavenly wing nation. Of course, he had to skip over the Vermilion Bird Princess and Ili. Firstly, it was too embarrassing, and secondly, he didn't want Xiaolan to get jealous and be punished by kneeling on a lava durian. Su Xiaolan's eyes also lit up upon hearing Lin's recount of the southern heavenly wing nation's robberies. It was quite clear that she also felt that it was quite feasible to pretend to be a newbie and then kill the robbers for their treasures. The southern heavenly wing nation has become a lot more tame now. Perhaps we'll be able to make some money there in a few years, Su Xiaolan suggested, and Lin nodded in agreement before asking, are there any other places on our continent that have a culture similar to the southern heavenly wing nation? Su Xiaolan pondered momentarily before replying, let's not talk about the small powers. It's just a waste of time. As for first-rate powers, the Void Spirit Tribe and the sea monsters of the West Sea like to do this. And Lin's head throbbed upon hearing this. The Void Spirit Tribe is a bunch of maniacs. They don't need a reason to kill, and there are many maniacs and mighty figures out there, so it's too dangerous. As for the West Sea, that's too far away. The two of them thought about it for a moment before deciding to shelve this plan for now. Come on, Xiaolan, tell me about what you've learned from replacing me as the chef god. And Lin looked at Su Xiaolan with anticipation on his face. A smug smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face upon hearing Lin mention her. Guess how many spirit stones I've earned in the past 30 days. And Lin pondered for a moment. The price of the specialty dishes he had auctioned had already dropped to over 200,000 spirit stones per dish. As the popularity and novelty of the dishes continued to wane, and as the excitement of the Cultivator tycoons died down, he estimated the price to stabilize at 200,000 spirit stones. Su Xiaolan's cooking skills were about the same as his. Even if she didn't beat Chef God Hu Jiahao, with his guarantee and the reputation of the frying pan, there was still a chance that the price would stabilize at 200,000 spirit stones. And Lin didn't dare to guess too high in case he pressured her, so he gave a more conservative figure. For million spirit stones per month should be doable, right? No, no, no. Su Xiaolan shook her head and extended 2 fingers, and Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. Only 2 million spirit stones? If that was the case, then it would indeed be a loss. It would be better to sell stuffed buns ignored by Dubai and earn 100,000 spirit stones per day. That would be 3 million spirit stones per month. Su Xiaolan burst into laughter as she glared at Lin. Am I as bad as you think I am? It's double. And Lin's eyes widened in shock. 8 million spirit stones? Huh. Su Xiaolan nodded with a smug expression, and Lin took a deep breath. You're earning more than me. How did you do it? According to Lin's previous calculations, even if he were to cook in person, he would only earn around 6 million spirit stones per month. Su Xiaolan was a chef who had yet to establish a reputation. Yet, she was able to earn 8 million spirit stones per month. How did she do it? Su Xiaolan became even more smug at the sight of Lin's incredulous expression. When I first took over your position, I indeed didn't sell as well as you did. My dish, which had a starting bid of 100,000 spirit stones, was only sold for 130,000 spirit stones. However, when that immortal tasted my dish, he was shocked and yelled that it was super delicious and not inferior to your dish in the slightest. The next day, after another immortal tasted my dish, he was even more enraged. He said that my dish was even more delicious than yours, and that it was definitely worth the price. And Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this. Pill refinement and cooking skills were interconnected. Su Xiaolan's pill refinement skills were not inferior to Lin's to begin with. Furthermore, she was more meticulous and conscientious in her cooking. So perhaps her dishes really did taste better than his, but not by much. After that, the prices of my dishes became higher and higher, and my reputation also improved. I then decided to borrow this wave of praise from the immortals to announce that my cooking skills were better than yours. I told them that you personally admitted this, and that if I was second in cooking, you wouldn't dare to claim to be first. This finally caused a stir in the celestial court. My popularity rose once again, and I attracted the interest of many filthy, rich immortals. The prices of my dishes were even higher than yours, and Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this. She was F** king, stepping on his title to climb to the top. Scheming orchid, Su Xiaolan continued. After that, the elderly chef god of the celestial court couldn't take it anymore. Not only did he lose to you, he was ranked second for the time being. Now that I announced that I was better than you, wouldn't he be ranked third? He couldn't take this injustice. Hence, I received a challenge from the chef god. And Lin. So you accepted the challenge and defeated him? And Lin was speechless. Su Xiaolan nodded happily. That's right. I defeated him, and the popularity skyrocketed again, and the prices of my dishes rose to another level. Although the popularity died down a few days later, we still earned 8 million spirit stones in this month. Xiaolan, you're really amazing. And Lin didn't know how to express his feelings anymore. He gave Su Xiaolan another big hug. This was a pleasant surprise. The money-making mission was completed above the target. She was a perfect wife. I think you should thank the chef god, Hu Jiahao. If he hadn't persisted in challenging us to a challenge, and then lost to show off our awesomeness, we wouldn't have earned so much. Su Xiaolan added. And Lin, the pitiful and adorable chef god Hu Jiahao, was a resounding golden signboard. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were people who had stepped on his golden signboard to climb to the top. All right, we'll send gifts to the chef god next time to express our gratitude. And Lin said seriously, Ha ha ha, won't he be angered to death by us that way? Su Xiaolan couldn't help but laugh. The two of them were both sympathetic and amused by the chef god. They chatted happily, from money-making to cultivation, and completely forgot about the time. Chapter 953. And Lin was quite interested in the affairs of the Darkwing tribe, and he couldn't help but turn his gaze towards Su Xiaolan. Classmate and Lin, when I went to Big Sister Chang E for her tribulation transcendence, she asked me to pass on a message to you. She said that the divine pill refinement could be completed by the end of the year, Su Qinyan said. And Lin and Su Xiaolan pondered for a while and decided to hold another frying pan hot pot banquet to celebrate Big Brother Cheng's successful breakthrough to the soul formation stage. He silently raised his hand with a smile. Big Brother Cheng, I'll go. I have to consolidate my cultivation base, so I won't be going for now. Su Qianyan stuck out her tongue as she spoke in a mellow voice. It was especially interested in paintings of beautiful women in the mortal world that could move. In reality, this was just an excuse for him to give the southern Heavenly Wing Nation specialties. When they first enrolled, Su Xiaolan was only of the 9th stage Dao body, while Xianyuan Cheng and Su Qinyan were of the spirit nurturing stage. Su Xiaolan wouldn't accept gifts from him. Both of them could eat fruits that could enhance their flame power. Su Xiaolan didn't have the face to keep using Lin's cultivation resources. And Lin needed an excuse that would make Su Xiaolan feel at ease, and payment for her services was the perfect excuse. And Lin was quite happy and gave her 2 5th-grade immortal fruits from the Sun Tree, which were daytime fruits as compensation for her services. In that case, both Su Qianyan and Big Brother Cheng are already at the soul formation stage. With the two of us at the soul formation stage, we're really very powerful. Even compared to all the students in the school since its founding, our lineup is considered the best. Xianyuan Cheng and Su Qianyan were both prodigies who had just enrolled in the university. So how could they not be provoked? They also had their own pride, so they began to chase after Su Xiaolan with all their might. And Lin stowed the 8 million spirit stones that Su Xiaolan had earned into his storage ring. Miao Tian, Luo Ziping, and the others all shook their heads and rejected the mission. When Xianyuan Cheng saw that there were 2 powerful helpers joining him, he felt relieved. The mission's safety was more guaranteed, and he was in a good mood. Who else wants to join? There's still one last spot. Brother Cheng's face was glowing as if he had changed into a different person. He was also especially friendly towards people. As an upperclassman, Tang Shiman's heart was crushed by the encouragement he was receiving from his junior. In the future, his earning speed might slow down a little, but earning 100 million in a year was no longer an empty dream. When Xianyuan Cheng saw this, he sighed softly. Since none of you want to go, I'll go. At this moment, there were over 60 million spirit stones in his storage ring. This was all thanks to Tina, Xiaolan, the immortals of the Celestial Court, the Tribulation Transcendence Cultivators, and his friends from the Southern Heavenly Wing Nation. Senior Tang was under a lot of pressure. No one will wait for others on the path of Tao. We have to work hard as well. Xianyuan Cheng patted Tang Shiman's shoulder with encouragement in his eyes. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes. You're the one who forced me to do this. The two of them were also rapidly growing in power, and they were benefiting immensely from this. Perhaps this was a virtuous cycle. All of the elites of Class 1 were gathered here, so there was no difference in asking them here. Senior Tang was surprised to hear this. And Lin, what do you want the divine pill for? Now that he had more money, he was also a man with confidence. He was already a 4th-year university student, but Su Xiaolan was already at the soul formation intermediate stage, while Xianyuan Cheng and Su Qianyan had only just reached the soul formation stage. This was extremely exciting. You make it sound like you're not responsible. And Lin also chuckled. Hence, at the United University of Cultivation, and Lin had become a legendary prodigy, while Su Xiaolan had become a legendary and inspirational prodigy. Even in the entire history of the United University of Cultivation, their achievements were extremely dazzling. We're still researching how to progress to the soul formation stage, but you're already researching how to progress to the return to void stage. Tang Shimin's eyes widened, and his hands trembled as he held his chopsticks, and Lin's chest constricted. Even though he was telling the truth, this was still a little too hurtful. Of course I can progress, as in Lin's beast pet. Xian Yuan Cheng smiled. Wow, you're the best, Big Brother Cheng. You broke through in seclusion, just like that. Awesome. And Lin gave him a thumbs up with approval on his face. I've finally progressed to the soul formation stage, which means I've completed the goal I set when I first entered the university. I can finally graduate with a clear conscience. Xian Yuan Cheng sighed with emotion as a mesmerizing smile appeared on his handsome face. They weren't interested in the Darkwing tribe, and aside from the rewards offered by the university, there weren't any other opportunities, so they didn't want to take the risk. Su Xiaolan pursed her lips, but she didn't deny this. That night, within the dorm room, a faint smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. Leave the celestial courts cooking to me. Don't worry, I'll be making more money than you anyway. Xian Yuan Cheng didn't seem to mind everyone's lack of interest, and a smile appeared on his face. Seeing as that's the case, I'll set off with classmate and Lin now. They were going to descend into the mortal world in 2 days. She had heard from Enlin that was in Lin's hometown, so as a qualified beast pet, she naturally had to go and check it out. She really wanted to see just what kind of place could nurture an exceptional individual like Enlin. By the way, our class has 3 spots for the mission to descend into the mortal world this year. The mission is to investigate the Darkwing tribe and the passageway to the mortal world. The mission is quite dangerous, so only those who have reached the spirit nurturing stage can participate. Who wants to go? As the class representative, Xian Yuan Cheng already had the right to select the participants. Everyone gathered together once again. If Enlin was a freak who defied common sense, then Su Xiaolan was the classic example of someone who overcame all odds one step at a time. She was progressing at a speed that all the students could see, surpassing everyone else one step at a time. And Lin snapped his fingers. Don't worry, I'm not short on money. The Immortal Spirit Tower trial was about to begin, and if he didn't progress to the half-step soul formation stage soon, he might not even be able to make it onto the university's student rankings board. And Lin once again saw Big Brother Cheng, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. I've been thinking about making a breakthrough to the return to void stage recently, and I need a divine pill to assist me. And Lin didn't hide anything. Gasp! Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath. Can I join? Woof! Dabai raised his paw with excitement. By the way, classmate Xian Yuan Cheng has already progressed to the soul formation stage and has returned to school, Su Xiaolan said. Once the time was up and Lin, Dabai, Tina, and Xian Yuan Cheng set off on their journey to the mortal world again. Giant and Lin, I want to go as well. I haven't been to the mortal world yet. Tina landed on Enlin's shoulder and tugged on his hair with an excited expression. All right, classmate Enlin is going, so there are still 2 spots left. Who else wants to go? Xian Yuan Cheng asked with a smile. Tears streamed down Tang Shimin's face. He could only graduate after reaching the soul formation stage? Did that mean he didn't have to graduate? Big Brother Cheng, you look very energetic. And Lin couldn't help but praise. Chapter 954. A faint smile appeared on his face. I'm sorry, I'm so proud to have such a good son. At the southern heavenly gate of the celestial court, and Ming Chuan extended his silver-gloved left hand and grabbed onto Yi Dong's sword. A crisp sound rang out. Right at this moment, thinking back, he had witnessed Tina mastering the Tai Chu language in just a few days with his own eyes. He was well aware of Tina's terrifying learning ability. Giant and Lin, Earth was created by Nuwa. Wouldn't she know what's wrong with Earth if she went to Earth and used her authority to investigate? Tina was also a god of creation, and she was perplexed. The duel continued. It's all right, it's a beautiful world. And Lin smiled. Giant and Lin, I've been working hard to learn Chinese for the past 2 days. Do you think my pronunciation is correct? Tina spoke in perfect Mandarin, and Lin heaved a forlorn sigh. That's the difficult part. Even though Nuwa created this small world, she returned all of its authority to the great Tao of heaven and earth, allowing it to develop freely without any interference. Not only that, but in order to prevent this world from being stimulated by immortal spirits of a higher level, she even refrained from visiting Earth in fear of triggering a change in the laws of the world. Tian Lingling had progressed to the spirit-nurturing stage half a year ago, and it could be said that she was the most dazzling being among the younger generation. This sword technique of his was extremely fast and powerful, and the air around it stagnated momentarily amidst its violent momentum. Even cultivators of the spirit-nurturing initial stage would have to evade it. Yi Dong let loose a loud roar and used his long sword to block the attack, upon which a terrifying collision erupted. Yi Dong's sword finally struck and Ming Chuan's body, only to be repelled by a burst of explosive force, and he was forced back a few steps. Beep, beep, beep. Their mission was open to the public, and it was a 1-month mission. The objective was to investigate the passageway between the Dark Wing tribe and Earth in order to find the flaws of this world. The Divine Mirror World had already entered the Second Industrial Revolution, and it was an era where heat, electromagnetic energy, and the power of cultivation were combined. Even though it was still in its infancy and couldn't compare to Earth, it was foreseeable that the Divine Mirror World would be even more prosperous than Earth in the future. Xianyuan Cheng was speechless. None of Enlin's pet beasts were normal. They were all monsters. 2 god generals were choosing the landing point for Enlin and the others to cross the space between the 2 worlds. Recently, the temperature on Earth had risen strangely, and the vitality had also become much denser. The most direct reaction to this change was the evolution of all kinds of living beings, as well as the rampage of vicious beasts. Therefore, they were not in a hurry. The North Mist Mountain was the center of the Hua Nation's official cultivation forces, and Ming Chuan held his sword horizontally in front of him and chuckled. Mr. Yi Dong, hurry up and surrender. Otherwise, I'm going to destroy your little magic tool. And Ming Chuan smiled lightly as the long sword in his hand descended without any hesitation. There were several hundred spectating cultivators, and there were even a few spirit-nurturing stage, powerful beings present to judge the battle. This was quite a rare occasion. Rumble. Sure enough, all of the spectating cultivators let loose cries of surprise upon seeing this. Surrender? You've got to be kidding me. Yi Dong was extremely indignant. He was a supremely talented prodigy who had a good chance of becoming the champion. How could he lose to a Krypton cultivator? After that, Nuwa spent a total of 3 years investigating this matter. She even sent out a Tao integration stage super mighty figure, but they were still unable to find anything. And Lin patted Tina's little head with an envious expression. Little Na, you're the best. You can even become a live streamer with that pronunciation. Xianyuan Cheng was rooted to the spot with astonishment on his face. I've learned Chinese for a few years, but I can't even beat a fairy who's only learned Chinese for 2 days. On the North Mist Mountain, this was the Blue Frost Sword, an intermediate rank spirit tool. Not only was it extremely sharp, but it could also enhance the power of one sword techniques. What was most infuriating was that Dabai kept calling himself a useless dog. After bidding farewell to Xianyuan Cheng, and Lin rode on Dabai and flew toward the North Mist Mountain with Tina in tow. And Ming Chuan and Yi Dong were engaged in an intense battle for the championship of the new Talent Cup of the Hua Nation's North Mist Mountain Cultivation Competition. A sweet smile appeared on Tina's face as she rubbed her head against Lin's hand. This was a high-rank spirit tool, the Windstorm Glove, which could imprison an enemy's attacks using the power of wind. Earth was Nuwa's territory, and under her protection, There was no way for foreign beings to invade Earth. However, the Darkwing tribe had somehow managed to descend upon Earth and steal the evil-slaying sword, and even Nuwa was alerted by this. The championship battle between the two of them naturally attracted a lot of attention, and Lin nodded upon hearing this before walking through the spatial gate. There were many cultivators gathered around the Dao Plaza at the summit of the mountain to witness this thrilling battle, and Ming Chuan patted his chest and chuckled as he stood unscathed on the spot. The most difficult mission that Lin and the others had accepted was to investigate whether there were any hidden flaws on Earth. There was no upper limit to the difficulty of this mission. Even super mighty figures of the Dao integration stage were unable to complete it. At this moment, a frosty sword projection flew toward them. Tears welled up in Yi Dong's eyes as an expression of despair appeared on his face at the sight of his powerful technique being easily blocked by a glove. This isn't fair. This isn't your strength. At the center of the Dao Plaza, sword intent surged and vital energy surged, and Lin nodded in gratitude. Thank you, Big Brother Cheng. Even Dabai was at the half-step soul formation stage, and Mingchuan was at the 8th stage Dao body while Yi Dong was at the 10th stage Dao body, but the two of them were evenly matched. An 8th stage Dao body was able to fight a 10th stage Dao body to a draw. This wasn't because Mingchuan was a freak or because Yi Dong was trash. After all, everyone's aptitudes were top-notch, and they were both cultivating on the North Mist Mountain and using the same cultivation methods. Tina was finally able to accept this fact after hearing Lin's words. The new Talent Cup they were hosting represented the pinnacle of the younger generation of cultivators in the Hua Nation. As such, the Celestial Court had also mobilized their forces to assist the Nuwa sect in maintaining the stability of Earth. It's a lot more prosperous than the divine mirror world, Tina commented. She had already put herself in the shoes of the human race, and she would always be happy whenever she heard that something was beneficial to the development of the human race. He stumbled back in retreat and looked down at the magic tool in his hand to find that a series of cracks had already appeared on it. Within the massive spell formation, this place was a beautiful scenery. What's so great about having a good son? Eat this, Wrath of Winter. Yi Dong roared as he closed in on Mingchuan. His sword projection was imbued with terrifying power. Wow, so this is Earth? Tina's green eyes glowed with excitement as she looked around at the skyscrapers and cars passing by. Big Brother Chung, cheer up. Aptitude really isn't fair, and Lin said in a merciless voice. Classmate and Lin, I'm going to set up the spatial fluctuation detector. You can go and meet your father first, Xian Yuancheng said in a thoughtful manner. This was in Mingchuan's high-rank protective spirit tool, the Golden Sun anti-battle armor. Not only did it possess insane defensive prowess, it could also reflect enemy attacks to a certain extent. Yi Dong, Tina pouted. Then are we working for Nuwa? F***CK. Can't you let me cultivate in peace? That's right. This is the capital city of the Hua Nation on Earth. My dad is also cultivating here, and Lin replied with a reminiscent expression. Air. And Lin faltered momentarily before replying. Nuwa created this world and was willing to give up her power of creation, so she must have a lot of plans in mind. However, the one thing that hasn't changed is that everything she does is beneficial to the human race, so helping her is actually helping ourselves as well. The most important reason was, and Mingchuan was 2F* king rich. Heaven and Earth spun around them as 2 humans, 1 dog, and 1 fairy appeared in the air above the capital city. Go, Uncle Lin. A young girl with short, chestnut-colored hair waved her little fists as she cheered. Silly child, money is also a form of power. She was none other than Tian Lingling, who was as petite as a lowly, but possessed exceptional aptitude. Classmate in Lin, your teleportation destination has been adjusted. Your destination is the capital city of the Hua Nation. You can begin the teleportation now, a heavenly general announced. Chapter 955. And Mingchuan's sword fell, and Yidong was completely unable to evade it. Splat! Blood splattered through the air as a massive gash appeared on the man's body, and he fell to the ground with tears of indignation flowing from his eyes. I hereby announce that the champion of the 36th North Mist Mountain Cultivation Competition is in Mingchuan, the main judge announced in a loud voice. Cheers erupted from the crowd as the atmosphere was extremely uplifting. And Mingchuan had a set of top-grade spirit tools that even spirit nurturing stage cultivators would drool over. Just by standing there, the light emanating from the spirit tools was enough to blind everyone. This was the glory of a tycoon. Yidong looked down at his shabby equipment, and tears of grief flowed from his eyes. In this era where everyone relied on their father, and Mingchuan had become the champion by relying on his son. In just a few short years of cultivation, he had relied on the spirit tools and precious pills sent to him by his son to make rapid progress in his cultivation base. He had gone from a noob to a mighty figure in the cultivation world, and he was the epitome of just how terrifying a tycoon could be. Just as everyone was celebrating the birth of the champion, an inky black rift suddenly appeared on the Dao Plaza. What is that? Some of the cultivators shuddered involuntarily at the sight of the inky black rift. Get out of the way, everyone. This is the power of space. A return to void stage mighty figure has arrived. A knowledgeable spirit nurturing stage, Cultivator exclaimed. Return to void stage? Could it be a cultivation base above soul formation stage, mighty figure? My God, why would a mighty figure of that caliber appear here? Run! Several hundred cultivators were shocked beyond words, and some of them even began to run for their lives. On Earth, soul formation stage cultivators were already the most powerful beings, and return to void stage mighty figures only existed in legends. Occasionally, there would be return to void stage mighty figures dispatched by the celestial court, but only a handful of them would be able to witness this in person. A powerful aura began to descend, and a mighty being riding a giant white beast finally appeared in front of everyone. He looked majestic and had a terrifying aura. Little Lin? And Mingchuan yelled with excitement upon seeing this figure. All of the fleeing cultivators faltered in their tracks, and all of the panicking cultivators stared blankly at the scene before them. Fellow Taoist and Lin, and Mingchuan's master, Cui Jia, couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the man in front of him. Dad, long time no see. And Lin jumped off Dubai and gave Mingchuan a joyful hug. At this moment, all the cultivators came to a realization. The man before them was Mingchuan's son, and Lin, the freak from the celestial court. Am I seeing things? And Lin actually used the power of space? Wasn't he only at the spirit nurturing stage the next time we saw him? It hasn't been that long since we parted, but why can't I understand his realm? Could it be that he's already at the return to void stage? Hee, are you watching a sci-fi movie? It had only been 2 years since they last met, and she had progressed from the spirit nurturing stage to the return to void stage. Are you scared out of your wits? Look, there's a very beautiful little person on his shoulder. Hiss, what kind of life is that? All of the cultivators gathered around to appraise Lin and the others with awe and curiosity in their eyes. Uncle Lin, you've become even more bad *SS, as expected of Big Brother Anne's father. Woof! A sly smile appeared on Dubai's face, and Mingchuan laughed heartily, clearly quite pleased with himself. He then noticed the little person beside Lin, and he couldn't help but feel extremely envious. In terms of appearance, this little person could be considered to be flawless. Little Lin, this is... And Mingchuan turned to Tina. Hello, Uncle Lin, my name is Tina, and I'm Giant and Lin's beast pet. Before Lin even had a chance to say anything, Tina took the initiative to introduce herself with a sweet smile, and Lin nodded. Little Na is a mighty figure of the fairy tribe. She may look small, but she's quite powerful. She's a return to void stage mighty figure. Great. And Ming Chuan nodded with elation at the sight of such an adorable little fairy. Little Na, you have good taste. If you follow my son, you'll definitely reach the pinnacle of your life. All of the cultivators drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this. So it wasn't that Enlin had broken through to the return to void stage. Instead, he had just taken in a return to void stage mighty figure as his beast pet. This was even more King terrifying. If it was a competition of sons, then it was a competition of sons. Was there a need to compete with such a powerful son? Qiu Dong, who was recovering from his injuries nearby, finally conceded upon seeing this. When a son reached a certain level of badassery, he really could do whatever he wanted. Fake Taoist priest. Long time no see. A clear and melodious voice, like a silver bell, came from not far away. And Lin had only just turned around when he saw a young woman in a purple dress pouncing toward him like a tiger, and he crashed right into her. Ow! Fake Loli, you haven't grown any taller, but you've become so powerful? And Lin almost lost his balance as he patted Tian Lingling's back. Why are you so enthusiastic? Do you have some ulterior motives? The young woman gave him a warm hug before a sly smile appeared on her face. Fake Taoist priest. I've successfully broken through to the spirit nurturing stage, but I don't have a suitable spirit tool. A faint smile appeared on Enlin's face. Piss off. Tian Lingling faltered slightly before an aggrieved expression appeared on her face. You don't love me anymore. Tian Lingling, has your moral integrity been eaten by Dubai? And Lin's expression darkened. He had given this fake lowly a spirit tool last time, and now she was asking for something even better. Did she really think his money fell from the sky? And Ming Chuan immediately stepped forward to mediate the situation. All right, we're all family here, so let's talk things out. Let's drink some tea while we talk. Family? And Lin's eyes widened. Family? Tian Lingling glared at Ming Chuan with embarrassment and annoyance. And Ming Chuan coughed lightly before changing the subject. Why hasn't the beautiful celestial maiden Xiaolan returned to Earth? And Lin smiled. She's helping me sell vegetables to earn money. And Ming Chuan was astonished. Why you're asking Su Xiaolan to do something like this? Will you ever find a girlfriend like this? Will she be considerate and heartwarming? You'll never be able to get Xiaolan's heart if you do this. And Lin chuckled. I don't know what you're talking about. Su Xiaolan and I are already Dao, partners to be. Barring any mishaps, she'll be your daughter-in-law in the future. Boom! This sentence struck Ming Chuan like a bolt of lightning, leaving him crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. And Ming Chuan, he had only just finished his sentence when he revealed such a shocking truth? What kind of face slapping was this? Is celestial maiden Su Xiaolan blind? Did she really get together with someone like you? And Ming Chuan was incredulous. He felt like a perfect celestial maiden like Su Xiaolan would take at least 100 years to date. How did she get together in less than 2 years? Unbelievable. And Lin's expression darkened. Are you my father? How can you insult your own son like this? Come on, tell me how you managed to get Xiaolan. And Ming Chuan dragged Lin toward the tea pavilion with excitement etched on his face. Chapter 956. Within the tea pavilion, Lin and Ming Chuan began to recount their experiences over the past 2 years. Tian Lingling listened with a gossipy expression. She was very interested in the Tai Chu continent and dreamed of going there one day to cultivate. And Ming Chuan and Tian Lingling were both entranced by Lin's story. For hours later, the story came to an end. And Ming Chuan took a sip of the flying fox immortal tea that Lin had brought back with him and sighed with emotion. Cultivating on Earth is like looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. The Tai Chu continent is the truly magnificent world. Tian Lingling grabbed onto Lin's hand with excitement. Fake Taoist priest, I really want to go to the kingdom of the 9 states. Do you have any way to get me there? And Lin smiled. I might not have been able to guarantee anything in the past, but now I do have the confidence to get you two to the kingdom of the 9 states. In the past, he was just an insignificant cultivator with no money or power. Now he was the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect and possessed a cultivation force that rivaled that of the 9 Imperials, so he had more than enough power to negotiate with the Celestial Court. Fake Taoist priest, you're the best. Tian Lingling whooped with excitement. She then hooked an arm around Lin's arm like a cute little girl next door. Sect leader, can I join your 4-9 Immortal sect? And Lin chuckled. Of course you can, but I'm not going to open the back door. My 4-9 Immortal sect is one of the most powerful sects in the kingdom of the 9 states, so I have to lead by example and follow the rules. If you want to join, you'll have to pass many trials first. Tian Lingling pouted, but didn't say anything as she nodded silently. Haha, little Lin, I'll join your sect as well. It looks very impressive. And Mingchuan's expression was filled with pride and elation. And Lin nodded with elation. All right, Dad, come here, and not only will you be exempted from the trials, I'll also make you an elder. Tian Lingling's eyes widened, and her mouth gaped open as she stared at Lin in astonishment. Who was the one who said to set an example and not open the back door? How could he change so quickly? Little Lin, you've grown up. And Mingchuan didn't reject Lin's good intentions. Instead, he gladly accepted the back door. That's right, it wasn't a shameful thing to fight for their sons. If you're so capable, then give birth to such an awesome son too. Reincarnation depended on luck, but having a son depended on ability. And Mingchuan felt like he was very awesome to have given birth to Lin. Tian Lingling was completely speechless at the sight of her father and son, who were both smiling slyly and joyously. As expected of biological parents, their values were so similar. And Lin rarely saw his father, so he brought out 2 immortal fruits from his storage ring and gave them to Mingchuan. Grade 6 immortal fruit, mysterious ice nether fruit. It could greatly increase the user's ice elemental power. Moreover, there was a certain probability that the user would gain some insights into the true meaning of ice. Tian Lingling's eyes almost popped out of their sockets at the sight of those 2 immortal fruits. Immortal rank fruits were legendary treasures on Earth. Yet, Lin had given 2 immortal fruits to Mingchuan with just a wave of his hand. She couldn't even imagine how lavish he was. Lin then gave 2 spirit fruits to Tian Lingling, upon which she squealed with excitement like a 30-kilogram husky. Fake Taoist priest, I love you to death. After obtaining the spirit fruit, Tian Lingling was so elated that she pounced on Lin like a loli. Lin swatted her away expressionlessly. He wasn't a lolicon. Tian Lingling had helped Lin's father a lot when he wasn't on Earth, so Lin naturally wasn't going to mistreat her. Next, I'm going to investigate how the Darkwing tribe was able to come to Earth. By the way, what do you guys think about global warming and the fact that vital energy is becoming more abundant? Lin thought for a moment before deciding to ask the cultivators living on Earth. And Mingchuan asked, isn't global warming due to the greenhouse effect? Tian Lingling replied, isn't the increase in vital energy due to the revival of spiritual energy? And Lin, all right, he felt like he had asked for nothing. What the hell is the revival of spiritual energy? He mustered up his courage. Tian Lingling heaved a faint sigh. That's the name given by the mortals on Earth. As vital energy becomes more abundant, some people who are unable to cultivate will also be able to reach the threshold of cultivation. Hence, they began to proclaim that this world is entering a new era of cultivation, an era of spiritual energy revival. And Lin massaged his brows. These people sure have wild imaginations. What do they mean by the fact that vital energy has never been abundant before? Revival my A** guess. Tina interjected. Giant and Lin, I have a theory. What is it? And Lin was curious. The warming of the world is a sign of an increase in energy. The fact that vital energy has become more abundant means that its spiritual aura has improved significantly. You said before that the most powerful cultivators in this world are cultivators at the soul formation pinnacle stage. The level of the indigenous living beings and the level of the world interfere with one another. Hence, I'm wondering if the level of this world will increase after a living being successfully breaks through to the return to void stage. Tina analyzed, and Lynn's eyes lit up. So you're saying that all of this is a sign that Earth is going to level up? Tina smiled. That's a possibility. Wait a minute. Tian Lingling raised her little hand with a confused expression. What's this level up thing you're talking about? I don't understand a single thing you're talking about. Is there any proof? And Mingchuan also turned toward Lin. Tina took the initiative to explain. That's because, in my world, this is a sign of leveling up. And Lin nodded. Tina is the god of creation of the divine mirror world, so she's very familiar with this. God of creation? Tian Lingling was completely dumbstruck. Little Lin's beast pet is a god of creation? And Mingchuan was also astonished, and he stared at Lin with incredulity on his face. What have you been through during these past few years? You even tamed a god of creation. That's way too terrifying. He didn't know what a god of creation was, but a being that had created a world had to be an extremely powerful being. An adorable and bashful expression appeared on Tina's face as she buried her face in her hands. It's all thanks to Giant and Lin that I was able to come across this opportunity. Before I grew up, my things were Giant and Lin's things, and he was looking after them for me. Tian Lingling and Mingchuan, the two of them stared at Lin with unreadable expressions. What the hell did you instill in this adorable little fairy's mind? And Lin smiled as he stroked Tina's wavy golden hair. You're such a good girl, little Na. Tina's speculation was actually quite plausible. If this really was the result of the leveling up of the world, then he didn't know what would happen before the leveling up of the world. He thought about it for a moment before pulling out his phone and logging onto the chat app. There was strength in numbers, and he still had a weapon that he could use now. All cultivators of the world unite to protect Earth group chat. Fake Taoist priest Littlin, seniors, you're back. Chapter 9, 57. And Lin's message was sent. Awkwardly, no one replied. Perhaps all the cultivators in the group were busy, so the chat group was very quiet. And Lin thought for a moment and was just about to mention the group leader when someone popped up. Domineering Saberlord. You look unfamiliar, kid. Are you new? Fake Taoist priest Littlin. Boss. Beginner, please protect me. Pitiful. And Lin thought for a moment and decided to act cute. Taoist booming thunder. Newcomer, you've been silent for so long. Hurry up and post some photos. I want you to cross-dress for the photos. And Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this. Why was this group becoming more and more abnormal? Domineering Saberlord, booming thunder, you idiot. Don't scare our little newbie. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you in this group. Just tell me if you need anything. Fake Taoist priest Littlin. Thank you, Senior Domineering Saber. Domineering Saberlord was very satisfied. He had gained another underling. As an experienced senior, the more underlings he had, the greater the sense of accomplishment he felt. Right at this moment, a true boss suddenly popped up in the group. The Savior. Domineering Saberlord was excited to see the Savior. Wow. Savior, you're online now? The Savior sent a dumbstruck dog picture. Holy F asterisk CK. Am I seeing things? Who am I seeing? Senior Poison Lord is online. Taoist Booming Thunder was dumbstruck. Senior Poison Lord? Am I seeing things? Where is Senior Poison Lord? Fake Taoist Priest Littlin. It's Sword Immortal and Lin. The Savior. Senior Sword Immortal and Lin, you're back. Long time no see. Tian Lingling also joined the group. Due to her exceptional aptitude, she had a limitless future ahead of her, and she had already become an administrator. Tian Lingling tagged everyone. Come, let's welcome fake Taoist priest back. Fake Taoist priest Littlin, don't make it so grand. Taoist wood knocks, holy F asterisk CK. Crackshot clairvoyant, welcome back sword immortal and Lin. Dreamy voice fairy, welcome back sword immortal and Lin. Atomic bomb fairy, welcome back sword immortal and Lin. Clear river sword immortal, welcome back sword immortal and Lin. One by one, the elusive big shots in the group appeared in a unified formation. That terrifying formation scared the tyrant saber venerable and roaring thunder Taoist master silly. Furthermore, the person they were welcoming, sword immortal and Lin, was actually fake Taoist priest Littlin. Fake Taoist priest Littlin, thank you for your warm welcome, seniors. Hiss. Tyrant saber venerable and Taoist booming thunder sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. It really was fake Taoist priest Littlin. F asterisk CK. Tyrant saber venerable and Taoist booming thunder felt their scalps go numb. They had actually put on airs in front of a super big shot. She even treated him like a newbie and requested him to wear female clothes. Pills. Domineering supremacy directly said via voice transmission, Sob, sob, sob. I worship sword immortal and Lin. Please be magnanimous and forgive me for my rudeness just now. Domineering supremacy took the initiative to apologize as a newbie. It could be said that his will to live was very strong. Only then did the other cultivators in the group see the chat history. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the sight of Lin pretending to be a newbie. They couldn't help but turn their gazes toward Taoist booming thunder. However, Taoist booming thunder didn't say anything, nor did he express anything. This was a little intriguing. Was Taoist booming thunder this bad asterisk SS? He couldn't even be bothered to respond. Some of them thought that Taoist booming thunder was too scared to come to his senses. Right at this moment, a message popped up. An image appeared before everyone's eyes. A muscular man in a blue maid's outfit appeared before everyone. He lowered his head slightly in a shy and apologetic expression. Taoist booming thunder. Sword immortal and Lin, I offer you a photo of myself in female clothes. I beg for your forgiveness. And Lin, all the group members. The group instantly fell silent before exploding with activity. Tian Lingling, wow, this is so exciting. Domineering saber lord, terrifying. Booming thunder is still so shameless. Taoist wood knocks, erg. Dreamy voice fairy, erg. Atomic bomb fairy, erg. The savior, erg, golden jade. His will to live can be said to have broken through the heavens. Enlightened Lazarite, what did I do wrong? Why do I have to see this? It hurts my eyes. Fake Taoist priest Littlin, I originally didn't plan to hold it against you, but your message made me change my mind. Domineering Saber Lord immediately tried to salvage the situation. No, Master and Lin, if you don't like it, I'll immediately withdraw the message. In the next second, Domineering Saber Lord withdrew the message. The group was still in a heated discussion. Some of them even talked about Lin's cross-dressing photo, which was much more pleasing to the eye than Domineering Saber Lord's cross-dressing photo. And Lin immediately changed the topic. Seniors, sorry to interrupt, but I actually came to the group to ask you something. It had to be said that his words already had a lot of power in the group. Hearing this, the group members all expressed that they could ask whatever they wanted to. And Lin breathed a sigh of relief and began to ask about serious matters. Fake Taoist priest Littlin. Seniors, what do you think about Earth's temperature rising and vital energy becoming denser? Golden Jade. Mr. and Lin's question has always been an unsolved mystery, right? The Savior. I don't know what caused this phenomenon, but I know that there are abnormal fluctuations at a certain node in Luoyang. Dreamy Voice Fairy. Now that you mention it, I've also discovered violent fluctuations in vital energy at Immortal Abode Island. Red Fox, Celestial Maiden, our sex Greenhill mystic realm is also experiencing abnormal fluctuations. Many messages popped up in the group. Many cultivators reported the locations where they had encountered abnormal vital energy fluctuations. And Lin took out a gigantic world map. Fake Taoist priest Little Lin, if it's convenient for you, please send me the locations where you know of abnormal vital energy fluctuations. Just like that, he received many locations where abnormal vital energy fluctuations were occurring. Tian Lingling cooperatively marked out the locations on the map with a red pen. Right at this moment, a man as handsome as an immortal broke through the white clouds and landed beside Lin. Tian Lingling was dazed for a moment upon seeing this man. Even though she wasn't obsessed with good looks, she was still momentarily dazed. So handsome. This man had become even more handsome after not seeing him for 2 years. She really wanted to pounce on him. Tian Lingling forcibly repressed that urge and glanced at Lin. She finally managed to force herself to calm down by borrowing Lin's good looks. Big Brother Ching, you're finally back. And Lin exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the man. Xianyuan Cheng smiled warmly. It didn't take long to set up a dozen or so spatial fluctuation detectors. What are you doing? And Lin pointed at the red dots on the world map. I'm recording the locations of abnormal vital energy fluctuations. Xianyuan Cheng looked toward the world map. He was a little confused at first. After looking for a while, his expression suddenly became serious. There's something wrong with these nodes. Chapter 958. Is there a problem? And Lin turned to Xianyuan Cheng with a confused expression. He had been studying the map for a while, but he was still completely baffled. Xianyuan Cheng didn't say anything. Instead, he pointed a finger toward the map and slowly connected the red dots with a streak of white light, creating a series of complex veined patterns. And Lin stared at the scene before him in astonishment. This is a spell formation. Xianyuan Cheng nodded. The distribution of these red dots doesn't seem to have any pattern, but it actually contains the principles of yin and yang. It's like a naturally formed spell formation. The white lines connected to form an extremely complex spell formation. The spell formation doesn't seem to be complete. And Lin wasn't familiar with spell formations, but through his divine inspection technique, he was able to discover many major flaws in the spell formation. If he were to transfer power within the spell formation would definitely collapse. Xianyuan Cheng nodded. Perhaps some of the nodes of the spell formation haven't appeared yet, or perhaps they haven't been discovered yet. It's too difficult for me to find the eye of the spell formation under these circumstances. Here. Before Xianyuan Cheng even had a chance to finish a sentence, and Lin pointed toward a certain area with a white light flashing in his eyes. That area was located in the Mongolian Empire, above Inner Mongolia. Xianyuan Cheng, classmate Lin, how dare you say you don't know anything about spell formations? Xianyuan Cheng retorted angrily, and Lin's chest tightened. He was only using his divine inspection technique to find the core area. He really didn't know anything about spell formations. The two of them didn't waste any more words and immediately headed toward the Mongolian Empire. Tina tore open a spatial rift and took Dabai and Lin and Xianyuan Cheng with her. As for Mingchuan and Tian Lingling, and Lin decided not to bring them along due to the unknown dangers. On a stretch of undulating grassland, crack, an inky black spatial rift began to appear, and Lin, Xianyuan Cheng, Tina, and Dabai appeared in the air above the grassland. Why is the yuan qi in this place thinner than in other places? Logically speaking, shouldn't the yuan qi at the eye of the formation be denser? Woof. Bai looked around with a quizzical expression. Xianyuan Cheng was also puzzled, and Lin took a deep breath, and his powerful divine sense expanded crazily. In an instant, it covered a radius of over 100 miles, and he sensed the essence qi in a wide range. Looks like we didn't come to the wrong place. The reason why the Yuan Qi has become thin is because the Yuan Qi has gone somewhere else. And Lin's eyes lit up as he looked in a certain direction. Somewhere on a green grassland, herds of cows and sheep were active here. Each of them was at least 10 meters tall, and they moved slowly like giant beasts. A woman with an exquisite figure, dressed in a white dress, was lying on the back of a white goat. Her body was slightly tilted, and her gaze was distant as she gazed at the white clouds on the horizon. Boom, boom, boom. Not far away, there was a violent roar. A man in a purple robe was practicing his fists. Even though he was trying his best to suppress his power, each and every one of his punches was able to create a violent boom between heaven and earth. On another grassland, there was a woman with a cold and dignified appearance, meditating with her eyes closed. She suddenly opened her green eyes and looked toward a certain spot in the sky. Some insects are trying to break through our formation? The man stopped his practice and laughed heartily. Which blind cultivator is this? What an arrogant ****starred. I'm sure he'll be killed by our formation in less than a minute. Boom! His voice had only just fallen when the formation completely collapsed. The man in purple, whoosh! At this moment, a green sword projection instantly pierced through the sky toward the spot where the formation had been broken. It was as fast as a bolt of lightning. The meditating woman had unleashed her full power right from the get-go. Anyone who could break through her formation had to be extremely powerful, and it was most likely an enemy. Seeing as that was the case, there was no way she was going to hold back. She was going to unleash her full power to seize the initiative. Boom! As if it had collided with something, the mighty sword projection was forcibly stopped in its tracks. Then it exploded into a ball of green energy. The woman's pupils contracted, and her expression became extremely grave. Spatial power? A return to void stage mighty figure has come? A white figure riding a dog emerged from the explosion of energy and rushed over in a hurry. It's you, and Lin. The woman who had unleashed the attack couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Her beautiful eyes were filled with incredulity. The white-robed woman lying on the goat's back was also extremely indifferent to the destruction of the formation. It was as if it wasn't a big deal. However, when she saw the familiar figure, she stood up excitedly and waved vigorously. Senior and Lin, you're finally back. And Lin also waved with a smile when he saw the familiar figures. White Spirit Snake, Battle Goddess by Cheong, Battle God Xiang, long time no see. These people were the friends he had made in the Zhanqi continent. Battle Goddess by Cheong pursed her lips proudly and didn't say anything else. Battle God Xiang had yet to come to his senses. White Spirit Snake became the most enthusiastic person. She trotted through the air toward Lin and quickly arrived before him. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were especially energetic. How did you know about this place? Are you here to look for me? And Lin was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect White Spirit Snake to come up with such a scenario. He immediately replied truthfully, No, I came here to investigate the cause of the changes on Earth. Oh. White Spirit Snake kicked the air with the tip of her foot. She was slightly disappointed. You've grown even more beautiful after 2 years, White Spirit Snake. And Lin praised sincerely. Is that so? A smile finally appeared on White Spirit Snake's face. When they first met, White Spirit Snake only had the appearance of a young girl. During this period of time, she had probably developed quite well and had already transformed into a little celestial maiden. She wore a pristine white dress that tightly hugged her lithe and beautiful figure. Her delicate and fair cheeks were as fair as jade under the sunlight. Her neck was fair and slender, and her voluptuous breasts rose and fell intermittently. As a whole, she was so beautiful that she didn't seem ordinary. For some reason, and Lin couldn't help but think of Tian Lingling as he gazed at White Spirit Snake. At that time, both of them were petite and adorable Lolas. Now, one of them had already become a little celestial maiden, while the other was still a little celestial maiden. This was the cruelty of reality. White Spirit Snake had developed far too well, and Lin couldn't help but turn his gaze toward the gigantic cows on the ground. Could it be that she had developed so well because she drank the milk of those gigantic cows? He wanted to give it a try, but he was a little embarrassed to ask. Speaking of which, milk was drinkable and very nutritious. However, and Lin had always been very curious, what did the first person to discover that milk was drinkable do to the cows? "All right, White Spirit Snake, what are you guys doing here? If I'm not mistaken, this should be the core of some spell formation, right?" And Lin asked. A hesitant expression appeared on White Spirit Snake's face, and she averted her gaze. "Master White, you can't tell him about this," Battle Goddess by Cheong interjected. "That's right, this is an internal matter of our Snake Spirit clan. You can't tell an outsider," Battle God Ziyang also cautioned, and Lin rolled his eyes at Battle God Ziyang. How could she say something like our Snake Spirit clan? Had a mighty battle god been reduced to such a state? "White Spirit Snake, do you treat me as an outsider?" And Lin looked at the female in the white dress before him with an aggrieved expression. Our master, White isn't a child anymore. How could she be so easily bewitched by you?" Battle God Ziyang sneered as he looked at Lin. "It's not like that, Senior Lin." White Spirit Snake immediately denied. She took a deep breath and stared at Lin. I'll tell you everything I know." Battle Goddess by Cheong, Battle God Ziyang. Chapter 959. Battle Goddess by Cheong and Battle God Ziyang weren't expecting White Spirit Snake's reaction, and Lin also didn't expect White Spirit Snake to speak so decisively. Isn't this woman treating me a little too well? Even if she admires me, she shouldn't admire me to this extent, right? He didn't think too much about it. He didn't want to miss out on a chance to obtain information. White Spirit Snake is the best. Now, tell me, why are you guys here, and what do you know? And Lin asked with a warm smile. Everyone gathered on the grass. Battle Goddess by Cheong glared at Lin, but she didn't say anything. As for Battle God Ziyang, he was even more obedient, and he stood respectfully to the side. White Spirit Snake had the absolute right to speak now. Where should I start? White Spirit Snake pondered for a moment. That's fine, start from the beginning. I have plenty of time, so the more detailed the better. And Lin had an expectant expression. Battle Goddess by Cheong. White Spirit Snake nodded. Then, let's start with the Darkwing tribe invasion 3 years ago. That was the first time the Darkwing tribe managed to open up a passageway between the Tai Chu continent and Earth. They even sent a mighty figure at the return to Void Pinnacle Stage, like the Dark Knight Monarch, to invade Earth in an attempt to steal the evil-slaying sword. Although they were defeated by Senior Lin and destroyed the passageway between the two worlds can still be rebuilt no matter how many times it is destroyed. However, no matter how many times the passageway between the two worlds is destroyed, it can always be rebuilt, and Earth will still be in danger of being invaded again. The key is what method the Darkwing tribe used to construct the passageway, and what kind of connection did they make between the Tai Chu continent and Earth. Currently, the only passageway between Earth and the Tai Chu continent is the Celestial Court's southern Heavenly Gate. They have to find out what flaw the Darkwing tribe exploited when they constructed the passageway between the two worlds. Then they can fix that flaw. And Lin nodded in agreement. If other living beings were able to sneak into the divine mirror world without Tina's permission, she would be extremely unsettled and even driven mad. After that, Her Majesty Niwa sent the Snake Spirit Clan, which is the Snake Spirit Clan of your Tai Chu continent, into Earth to investigate, but to no avail. In the past month, there has been a change on Earth. The temperature has risen, and the density of vital energy has increased tremendously. The goddess speculates that the level of the world is about to change. The real upheaval will happen after a native soul formation, Cultivator, successfully transcends the tribulation. Now, Big Sister Black has deduced the location of the formation I of this world's natural derivation formation based on the nodes of the world's Yuan Qi. Where we are now is the secondary formation I of the formation. White Spirit Snake gave an explanation. Wait, this is the secondary array I? And Lin was astonished. Formation cores are split into primary and secondary. The secondary array I refers to the array I on the surface. When the large array is truly outlined, the true array I is underground. White Spirit Snake pointed toward the ground with a smile. Big Sister Black is underground. She's guarding the true spell formation core. The Big Sister Black you're talking about is Black Spirit Snake, right? And Lin was a little nervous. Yeah, she's Big Sister Black Spirit Snake. Only now do I know that I'm a subordinate of Her Majesty Nuwa. 10,000 years ago, I suffered some kind of fatal injury and was nurtured by the 5 elements divine lotus for 10,000 years before being reincarnated. White Spirit Snake replied with a dainty smile without a hint of hesitation. Battle Goddess by Cheong massaged her brows. Why does Master White tell Lin everything? It really is her. And Lin was a little flustered upon hearing this. He had guessed White Spirit Snake's identity a long time ago. Thus, he wasn't too shocked after learning that White Spirit Snake was a mighty figure who had reincarnated. Black Spirit Snake's presence here was what scared him the most. That Asterisk Starred had a vendetta against him. What if she beat him up the moment they met? Then why are you guarding the eye of the formation? If any major changes were to take place in this strange formation, the formation I would usually be the core of the changes. The Nuwa sect didn't inform the celestial court of this beforehand. Was there some kind of unspeakable secret here? This matter is a secret of our tribe. A hint of hesitation appeared on White Spirit Snake's beautiful face. It was clear that she was hesitating again. Look at you. Are you treating me like an outsider again? And Lin was a little disappointed, and his brows furrowed in indignation. When Battle Goddess by Cheong saw the hesitation in White Spirit Snake's eyes, she immediately unsheathed her sword. She glared at Lin as if she was looking at a pig that was trying to steal vegetables. Are you not an outsider? Battle God Zeong was afraid of White Spirit Snake, and he was even more afraid that Black Spirit Snake would punish him later on. Thus, he couldn't help but chime in agreement. Don't be like this. Senior and Lin is one of us. White Spirit Snake hurriedly expressed her stance. She stared at Lin and took a deep breath. The Wa Realm's upgrade this time requires the absorption of energy from chaos. We use the chaotic spatial pestle to determine the energy absorption passageway for the upgrade. It's located at the core of the spell formation. It's not only the core, but it's also the biggest flaw. And Lin's expression darkened. You're saying that the Darkwing tribe used that passageway to find the location of the Wa Realm? White Spirit Snake nodded. That's most likely the case. Hence, Big Sister Black is guarding the passageway to observe the situation. Then why are you guarding the secondary core? And Lin asked curiously. White Spirit Snake pursed her lips. Because there's a very high possibility that the secondary core leads to the Snake Spirit clan's territory in the ancient Tai Chu realm. Huh. And Lin was dumbstruck. Tina pondered for a moment before speculating. Is it because this world was constructed using the realm essence crystals and fragments of the realm core from the ancient Tai Chu realm? White Spirit Snake looked at the little fairy before her in surprise. Huh. You know about this as well. Some seniors have mentioned this to me before. A faint blush appeared on Tina's face. I'm not going to tell you that I've also created a world. Even though her divine mirror world could sense the ancient Tai Chu realm when it upgraded. It had never absorbed energy from the outside world. As such, she didn't know where the energy came from, so the line between existence and non-existence wasn't very clear. Perhaps existence was non-existence and non-existence was existence? Only in this way could a miracle be created from nothing. Then I'll stay behind to accompany you guys. Everyone has a responsibility for the rise and fall of the world. This concerns the safety of my hometown, so I have a reason to contribute in order to maintain world peace. And Lin said with a righteous expression. Battle Goddess Bai Qiong and Battle God Ziyang were both speechless, and Lin was probably the only person who would dare to interfere in the Snake Spirit clan's affairs. Furthermore, he was using such a righteous reason that they couldn't refute him. White Spirit Snake nodded with a joyful smile. Senior and Lin is the best. Chapter 960. After that, and Lin, Xianyuan Cheng, Dabai, and Tina remained on this grassland. As for the main formation core that Black Spirit Snake was guarding, and Lin didn't have the guts to go there and get beaten up. What they had to do now was to wait for the changes to take place in this world. Classmate and Lin, if there really is a passageway that connects to the ancient Tai Chu realm, should we go in? Xianyuan Cheng had never been to the ancient Tai Chu realm before, so he was very curious about that place. The Snake Spirit clan is located in the Void Star section of the ancient Tai Chu realm. It's an extremely dangerous place, so it's best if we don't go there. Most importantly, there's no way for us to go back after we go in. If the passageway suddenly closes, we'll be in deep *T. And Lin didn't want to be trapped in the ancient Tai Chu realm. He chose to stay here as he didn't want any of the strange creatures in the ancient Tai Chu realm to wreak havoc on Earth. As for repairing the flaws in this world, White Spirit Snake and Black Spirit Snake were already prepared, so he didn't have to worry about that. And Lin and Xianyuan Cheng were taking a stroll when they caught sight of a young woman in a white dress lying lazily on the back of a goat, looking up at the blue sky and white clouds in the distance. Her skin was as white as snow, her hair danced in the wind, and her features were exquisite and flawless. All of this blended harmoniously with the beautiful grassland to create a beautiful scenery. White Spirit Snake sure is growing fast. And Lin sighed with emotion. Xianyuan Cheng nodded. Indeed, in the past, she was still a little girl who didn't know anything, but now she can take charge of everything. And Lin murmured to himself, her figure sure is growing fast. Her slender waist, her voluptuous breasts, her graceful figure, and the pure and lively expression in her eyes. She's perfect. Xianyuan Cheng. What the *CK? Can't we just have a normal conversation? Is she growing fast, referring to that aspect of her body? Dabai also sighed with emotion. I was her idol back then, but her cultivation base is way behind me now, woof. It's not your fault. He has always been awesome. He was just pretending to be a newbie in the past. And Lin comforted him. Dabai, and Lin's spiritual sense was powerful, and he quickly ascertained the realms of the three people. Battle God Ziyang abandoned the battle chi system and started cultivating from scratch. Because he had a solid foundation, he had already reached the soul formation initial stage. As for Battle Goddess Bai Qiong, she had already reached the soul formation pinnacle stage, as she was the pioneer of transforming the battle chi system into the vital energy system. She had already laid down her foundation long ago, so she had already reached the soul formation pinnacle stage. The little Tao body stage rookie White Spirit Snake had already reached the return to void intermediate stage, and she had become the leader of the trio. Thankfully, this process was the process of her power recovering and not the result of a breakthrough. Otherwise, in Lin, a freak who is a fake immortal cultivator would be under a lot of pressure. The sun gradually sank into the grassland, and the sky seemed to be on fire. On the endless grassland, faint yellow and bright red colors invaded the sky, like a magnificent oil painting. Apart from the cries of cows and sheep, there was only silence. Come, come, come. It's time to eat. I'll treat you guys to beef today. And Lin yelled. Although he was far away from home, he couldn't slack off on his culinary skills. Battle God Ziyang couldn't help but fly into a rage. Mr. Lin, how can you be so shameless? You slaughtered our cow to make beef, and you still have the nerve to say that you're treating us? And Lin chuckled. I'm the #1 chef god of the celestial court, and a single dish costs several 100,000 spirit stones. How much is your cow worth? It's your honor to use your cow as a dish. You. Battle God Ziyang's blood boiled with rage. Boring. Battle Goddess Bai Qiong sniffed the fragrance of the beef and tilted her head arrogantly in another direction. She completely ignored Lin's dish. Meanwhile, White Spirit Snake rushed toward Lin excitedly and started cheering like a little girl. I'm so happy. I actually get a chance to eat Senior and Lin's food. Master White, at our cultivation base, we don't need to eat at all. Bai Qiong furrowed her brows slightly and couldn't help but remind her. But this is a dish cooked by Senior and Lin. It's a rare opportunity. There was a smile on White Spirit Snake's face. She picked up a piece of beef from the frying pan with her chopsticks and shoved it into her mouth. Delicious. And Lin smiled triumphantly. Little Bai, you have good taste. Sigh. I really don't know what you did to bewitch Master White. Battle Goddess Bai Qiong massaged her brows in distress and sighed with emotion. And Lin humphed coldly in his mind. If he had brought his frying pan with him, then he would have unleashed his trump card. He was sure that all of these people would eat until they wished they were dead. They would moan in ecstasy. As for why Battle Goddess Bai Qiong asked him why White Spirit Snake was so attached to him, he didn't know either. Not only were these cows that grew on the eye of the spell formation stronger, but their meat was also more succulent and succulent, coupled with Lin's extraordinary cooking skills, which were comparable to those of the aunties in the cafeteria of the United of Cultivation. Everyone enjoyed their meal to their heart's content. Even Battle God Ziyang couldn't help but join in on the feast. After everyone had a satisfying meal, they continued to wait dumbly in the same spot. Some of them were meditating, while others were staring blankly at the stars in the night sky. And Lin lay on top of Debai's soft and warm body. It was extremely comfortable. He pulled out his magically modified phone and logged onto the chat app to see if there was anything interesting in the Cultivator group chat. To his surprise, the group chat was especially lively tonight. There were 999 plus messages every minute. What happened? And Lin's interest was piqued. Atomic Bomb Fairy. Sigh, I wonder if Senior Yumu can withstand it. This kind of unprecedented breakthrough is far too terrifying. Yumu? Is he the sect leader of the Shangqing Immortal Sect? I think he's a powerful being of the soul formation stage. And Lin was confused. Why were these people suddenly mentioning him? Taoist Woodnox. Sigh, that's hard to say. Didn't the Wudong sect leader, Taoist priest Suyin, perish during the heavenly tribulation? The golden void lightning isn't that easy to withstand, especially since this is the first return to void stage tribulation since the creation of this world. Although Senior Yumu isn't weak, it's still very difficult. Calm, Celestial Maiden. I believe in Senior Yumu. The Savior, me too. Enlightened Divine Talisman. My master will definitely succeed in transcending the tribulation. Gasp. And Lin's eyes widened, and he sucked in a sharp breath of air. So there's a cultivator about to transcend the tribulation. And it's a return to void stage tribulation at that. That's right, this makes sense now. An increase in the level of life can increase the level of the world. The success of the cultivators in this world is the key to the upgrade of the world. For some reason, and Lin's heart stirred. At this moment, a faint fragrance wafted over, and Lin turned around and was greeted by the sight of Battle Goddess Bai Qiong's aloof and dignified expression. You want to go? Battle Goddess by Cheong glanced at her phone screen. If I can help them, why wouldn't I? And Lin replied with a smile. Battle Goddess by Cheong shook her head. If the first person to successfully transcend the tribulation has external assistance, have you thought about the consequences? Sometimes following the natural order of things is the only way to allow the world to develop normally. And Lin fell silent. He wasn't like those people in stories who would do something even if they didn't want to. He was going to defy the natural order of things. After thinking for a moment, he sighed lightly and gave up on the idea. Wait. And Lin suddenly realized that something was amiss, and he looked toward the female beside him with a puzzled expression. How do you know what I want to do? Ahem. Battle Goddess by Cheong coughed lightly. Then a beautiful smile appeared on her face. Your reputation as the Lord of Transcendence has already spread throughout the entire continent. How could I not know? And Lin, there doesn't seem to be a problem with this explanation. He didn't think too much about it and turned his gaze toward the Cultivator group chat. At this moment, there were 999 plus messages in the group chat. Not only that, but there was also AF*King live broadcast on one of the chat windows. A chubby cultivator wearing a Taoist robe stood atop a tall mountain peak. He was holding a selfie stick as he shouted at the screen. Come, 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 my dear friends. Today is a beautiful day with a bright moon and few stars. It's a clear and windless day. My master is about to transcend his tribulation, and the uncle masters have already arrived. Look over there, isn't he handsome? I'm going to broadcast the entire process from now on. Fellow cultivators who are happy, double-click 666. You can tip out talismans or other gifts in the upper left corner. Thank you, dreamy voice Celestial Maiden, for the Tao Talisman. Ah, thank you, Tianlingling, for the Spirit Stone. Thank you so much. This gift is too valuable. Thank you, Tycoon. Thank you, Tycoon. The chubby cultivator was extremely excited as he continuously expressed his gratitude. The cultivators in the group chat all cheered 666. And Lin, did I enter the wrong group? Chapter 961. What's with the live streaming trend in the Cultivator group chat? No, this is AF*King live stream. And Lin was astonished. You can even do this? Atomic Bomb Fairy, Enlightened Divine Talisman. How's Taoist Yumu doing? The fatty in the video grinned. My master must be in great condition. Crackshot Clairvoyant. When will Senior Yumu start his tribulation? About an hour or so, the fatty in the video replied. The cultivators in the group chatted nonstop with Enlightened Divine Talisman, and Lin scrolled to the side of the video and saw that there was a reward button. The highest reward was Spirit Stones. Currently, only Tianlingling had rewarded him with a Spirit Stone. Just one Spirit Stone was enough to make the fatty grin from ear to ear. And Lin thought for a moment and chose 100 Spirit Stones from the reward button. Ding dong. System notification. Fake Taoist Priest Little and has rewarded him with 100 Spirit Stones. An azure dragon suddenly appeared on the screen and Spirit Stones rained down. It had the effect of tagging everyone. One by one, cultivators started popping up, and they were all astonished by the scene in front of them. Golden Jade. Holy F***CK. Sword Immortal and Lin is here. The Savior. All hail Tycoon and Lin. Dreamy Voice Fairy. Oh my God, so much money. Domineering Lord. I kneel to the Mighty One. Calm Celestial Maiden. Humph, what a spendthrift. Tianlingling. Haha, a real super tycoon has appeared. I'm just a poor little B***starred, so I won't pretend to be a mighty one. Welcome to the main character. Taoist Wood Knox, casually giving out 100 Spirit Stones. Only Tycoon and Lin can be this extravagant. I'm in awe. Countless messages popped up in the group chat. Enlightened Divine Talisman was dumbfounded for a few seconds. He rubbed his eyes and screamed, Ah, thank you, Super Tycoon and Lin, for your 100 Spirit Stones reward. This is a huge surprise. I love you. Senior, I've heard so much about you. Immortal Divine Talisman laughed like a 200-pound child. His eyes were squinted into slits, and his plain Taoist robe was jiggling because of his fat. Apparently, he was extremely excited. A smile appeared on Lin's face as he began his true objective. Fake Taoist Priest Little Lin. Can I take a closer look at Taoist Priest Yumu? Tao Master Divine Talisman was stunned for a moment, and then he nodded heavily. Of course. My master hasn't gone through the tribulation yet. Feel free to look around. How could he refuse the request of a tycoon? Even if she wanted his body, he could reluctantly accept it, not to mention that this request was so simple. Thus, Enlightened Divine Talisman scurried toward Yumu. As the sect leader of the Shangqing Immortal Sect, Yumu's strength was unfathomable, and his prestige was extremely high. No cultivator dared to approach him before his heavenly tribulation, and they could only watch from afar. Of course, his proud disciple, Taoist Divine Talisman, was an exception. Master, the members of the Protect Earth group want to see you up close. Enlightened Divine Talisman chuckled as he ran toward Yumu. Yumu glared at Enlightened Divine Talisman. F***CK off. Don't you know what kind of occasion this is? But Big Boss and Lin tipped us 100 spirit stones. Enlightened Divine Talisman's round body shrank back as he spoke with an aggrieved expression. Boom! Yumu felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his body trembled violently. His eyes lit up and he roared with rage. Quick! Point the camera at me. Enlightened Divine Talisman. All the cultivators in the group. Just like that, Yumu's rugged face appeared on the screen, and he even put up a peace sign in an extremely polite manner. Hi, fellow cultivators in the group. Thank you for your concern, and I'm also very grateful to fellow Cultivator and Lin for tipping me 100 spirit stones. I won't say anything else, but I believe that I will definitely succeed in my tribulation transcendence this time. Everyone in the group was spamming 666 and shouting their blessings, and Lin couldn't help but grimace at the sight of this strange, yet normal scene. Tian Lingling, Senior Yumu, you will definitely succeed. I, Tian Lingling, have said this, and D. Lingling also agrees with me. My words will definitely come true. Spirit Child Rock, that's right. Heaven and earth are undergoing great changes, and a new era is upon us. Senior Yumu will definitely become the first among us to successfully progress from the soul formation stage to the return to void stage. Crack shut, clairvoyant. I've performed a divination for you, Senior Yumu. You have no problems at all, and you will be blessed with great fortune. And Lin, fake Taoist Priest Little Lin, I've also performed a divination. Senior Yumu will definitely be able to overcome all the obstacles in his tribulation transcendence and become the #1 cultivator on Earth. Divination and whatnot were just some random words. Even if he was struck to death by lightning, he wouldn't be able to get revenge. Yumu looked at the messages of well wishes that popped up one after another, and a wide smile appeared on his face. Thank you for your support and encouragement, fellow cultivators. I'm going to continue my preparations now. Don't forget to tip me and double-click 666 when you see my heroic figure when I transcend the tribulation. And Lin, he's already transcending a terrifying tribulation, and he still hasn't forgotten to tip me? Is he really that excited? A group of cultivators chimed in the chat group, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. Battle Goddess by Cheong also couldn't help but glance at Lin's phone. She knew how to use her phone, but she didn't want to use human technology. Thus, she didn't join any random chat groups. However, she was starting to get a little impatient now. Soon an hour passed by. Dark clouds gathered above the tall mountain, and golden lightning flashed. Everyone look. My master is about to transcend his tribulation. Everyone you can like or tip me. Your thoughts will become motivation for my master's tribulation transcendence. Enlightened divine talisman yelled excitedly. He stood a kilometer away, and he excitedly used his phone to take pictures of the surrounding tribulation transcendence. There was another wave of 666 and rewards in the chat group. Golden Jade. Every time Senior transcends 10 bolts of tribulation lightning, I'll tip you 1 million RMB. The Savior. Every time Senior transcends 10 bolts of tribulation lightning, I'll tip you a sports car, no limit. Tian Lingling. Every time Senior transcends 10 bolts of tribulation lightning, I'll tip you 1 spirit stone, no limit. All the cultivators expressed their opinions one after another. Enlightened divine talisman smile was as bright as a chrysanthemum when he saw the rewards and the comments of the nouveau riches in the chat group. And Lin. Sure enough, the mood of the group had collapsed. Perhaps it was because this tribulation transcendence was quite important. But White Spirit Snake by Cheong, Battle Gaoxiang, Dabai, and Shen Yuancheng all gathered together to watch the most historic moment in Earth's cultivation history. Little Bai, didn't you join the group too? Why aren't you using your own phone? And Lin was confused. Senior and Lin's phone is more useful. I like looking at Senior and Lin's phone. White Spirit Snake replied with a matter-of-fact expression. And Lin. Just like that, a few cultivators who could dominate an entire region with a single stomp of their feet huddled together as they stared intently at the live stream. It was a comical yet natural scene. Finally, the first bolt of golden lightning streaked through the sky and landed on Taoist Yumu's head. Boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted. Even though they were separated by a screen, everyone's hearts still palpitated. A golden light filled the air. Crack! The phone screen suddenly turned golden. Then it turned from golden to black. What's going on? Battle Goddess by Cheong was astonished. Why is it dark? Is it dark divine lightning? And Lin. Silly girl, there's no signal for the live stream. Chapter 962. No signal. Battle Goddess by Cheong's lips parted slightly, and she was momentarily dazed. Only then did she come to her senses. A rare blush appeared on her frosty face. She looked away and asked in a voice that was not very dignified, Then what should we do? And Lin said slowly, let's wait a little longer. This divine talisman master should be a professional. We have to believe in his ability to overcome these difficulties. The cultivator group was already in an uproar. The most anticipated moment of tribulation actually had no signal. How could this be tolerated? Countless cultivators tagged perfected divine talisman, and some even started making calls. However, 2 minutes later, the pitch-black live broadcast window suddenly lit up. A round face appeared in front of everyone with a grin on its face. My apologies, fellow Taoists. Due to the terrifying electromagnetic force of the heavenly lightning just now, the signal has become very poor. There's no problem now. We have Taoist booming thunders help to isolate the electromagnetic interference. The scene changed, and a burly man appeared in front of everyone. He smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth, and his hands were entwined with lightning. Fellow cultivators, don't worry. With me here, everything will be fine. Tian Lingling, who's looking at you? Turn the camera to Senior Yumu. Atomic Bomb Fairy, F***CK off. I want to see Yumu. Don't block the camera. The Savior, how can you be so violent? We should first thank Taoist Booming Thunder for his contribution, and then let him scram. Taoist Booming Thunder. Looking at Taoist Booming Thunder's appearance, and Lin also felt a serious physical discomfort. Because he thought of the cross-dressing photos from before, it was really too painful to look at. Fellow Taoists, my master has already overcome the 60th lightning tribulation. Was he awesome? Everyone send your gifts. to assist my master in transcending the heavenly tribulation." "Spiritual Master Divine Talisman," said vehemently. There was a flurry of gifts in the group, and Lin felt like he was watching the most astonishing and unique outdoor live stream in history. A live stream of a return to void stage tribulation. Are you scared? The gifts were all in the millions, and there were even real sports cars and yachts. The local tycoons who didn't have the time to go to the scene gave their gifts freely and witnessed this grand event together. Thunder rumbled and golden light flickered across the entire night sky. It was magnificent and magnificent. Yumu unleashed all his power, and a series of yellow Tao talismans danced around his body. They were extremely agile and swift, and released extremely powerful energy to defend against the lightning. Taoists, this is my master's signature technique, Spirit Be Ghost. Do you think it is awesome? If you think it's awesome, don't forget to click on the gift button at the bottom left corner. Enlightened Divine Talisman spoke at the perfect time. Battle Goddess by Cheong tilted her head and looked toward Enlin expressionlessly. "This fatty is so annoying. Can you block his voice?" And Lin sighed. "That won't do. How about you turn off all the sounds and mute the live stream?" "Lin." "Goddess," Lin said with a "Battle Ching," she said. "Battle Goddess. Ching, Soul God, Battle Goddess, he God. Goddess, he. Little Ching is referring to Purple Star technology. What's there to compare to in the Zhan, Chi continent? White Spirit Snake explained with a sweet smile. 2. All right, he had to bow his head to an advanced technological civilization. He knew that the Nuwa clan also possessed a large amount of Purple Star technology. Bolts of golden void lightning fell. Before he knew it, 80 bolts of golden void lightning had already descended. Soul formation stage, cultivators had to comprehend the Tao realm to survive 81 bolts of golden void lightning. This wasn't an easy task. On the contrary, it was a near-death experience. Yumu's ability to endure for so long was already very impressive. Boom! The 80th bolt of golden void lightning fell. Golden light illuminated the world, illuminating the night sky as if it were daytime. The terrifying might of the lightning tore through Yumu's Tao talismans and landed on his head, charring him black in an instant. Everyone let out cries of surprise. Enlightened Divine Talisman's hands trembled, and he almost tossed his phone out of the air as he yelled his master's name. "I'm fine," Yumu suddenly roared, stunning everyone present. Enlightened Divine Talisman was so excited that he was about to burst into tears. "See that? Master is fine." He blocked the 80th bolt of tribulation lightning. There's only one bolt of tribulation lightning left. Fellow cultivators, let my master see your hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The live stream was instantly flooded with gifts. All the cultivators gifted and cheered wildly, and Lin was speechless as he looked at Enlightened Divine Talisman. This streamer is 2F * King dedicated. He still hasn't forgotten about his career as a streamer. What's the point of being a cultivator? He should be a streamer instead. The last bolt of tribulation, lightning, gathered its terrifying might, and heaven and earth began to tremble. All the cultivators held their breaths as they stared at the scene unfolding before their eyes. Enlightened Divine Talisman didn't say anything. He stared intently at Yumu and clenched his fists. Crackle, boom! An incomparably dazzling bolt of golden void lightning fell from the sky. Yumu unleashed all of his power, and countless Tao talismans soared into the sky to defend against the terrifying power. The golden void lightning was like an unstoppable divine sword, crushing the power of the Tao talismans before landing on Yumu's body. The lightning instantly exploded, reducing the earth within a radius of several hundred meters to dust. Gales of wind swept for thousands of meters, and the golden lightning lit up heaven and earth like the most dazzling sun. At this moment, apart from the sound of the explosion, there was no other sound. Did Master succeed? Enlightened Divine Talisman murmured as he stared intently at the place where the lightning had exploded. Ha ha ha, I'm going to be a mighty figure of the return to void stage from now on. An extremely carefree laughter reverberated through the heavens. All the cultivators were momentarily dazed. Then they erupted into raucous cheers. Ha ha, I knew Master would be fine. Fellow cultivators, what are you waiting for? Let's celebrate. Enlightened Divine Talisman glanced at the live stream before running toward Yumu excitedly. In the Cultivator group, gifts and congratulatory messages flooded the screen. At this moment, the entire world was celebrating. They knew that after a certain limit had been broken, a new era of cultivation on Earth was about to arrive. This is great. And Lin clenched his fists tightly upon seeing this. At this moment, a black Taoist priest appeared on the livestream screen. His entire body was charred black, and smoke was rising from his hair. He was none other than Yumu, who had successfully transcended the tribulation. Yumu smiled confidently, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. Fellow cultivators, thank you for your support and encouragement. I, Yumu, have now successfully broken through to the return to void stage. Are you guys awesome? If you think I'm awesome, then send me more gifts. Burp. He waved his arms, and his eyes suddenly rolled back as his body fell backward. Master. Enlightened Divine Talisman turned pale with fright, and he immediately caught the collapsed Yumu. After checking Yumu's aura, he heaved a sigh of relief and smiled at the camera. My master's aura is stable. He merely fainted from overexertion. Don't worry, fellow cultivators. Send me some gifts, and my master will recover. The number of gifts in the live stream increased explosively once again, and Lin, Battle Goddess by Cheong. This master and disciple pair really are of the same lineage. Xian Yuan Cheng couldn't help but grumble as he looked at the live stream. A great teacher produces a great disciple. Woof! Dabai was excited. There was a faint impulse in his heart. A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. White Spirit, Snake, pursed her lips. She wasn't interested in live streams. All right, return to void stage cultivators have already appeared on Earth, Battle Goddess by Cheong reminded. We have to be careful here as well. The naturally formed spell formation could change at any time. Chapter 963. Yu Mu's successful breakthrough was a grand occasion for the entire cultivation world. Once there was a return to void stage mighty figure, there would be a second one. Going from something to something was much easier than going from nothing to something. The Cultivator group was also in a state of jubilation, with 999 plus messages every minute. And Lin silently tipped another 1,000 spirit stones as a congratulatory gift for Taoist Master Yumu's breakthrough to the return to void stage. This matter instantly caused an uproar among the cultivators. All of them were shocked by Lin's generosity. The title of tycoon and began to take root in people's hearts. He didn't continue talking to the group and turned his gaze to the prairie. Under the tranquil, starry sky, the flow of essence gradually accelerated. The essence that came from all directions caused the density of the essence in this region to become extremely dense. This world is finally going to change. Battle Goddess by Cheong's sword buzzed, and it was as if she were a heavenly sword that had yet to be unsheathed. Her aura was restrained, yet it still struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. The scope of the abnormal movement of vital energy was getting larger and larger, and it had already exceeded the range that Lin could sense with his divine sense. He knew that the scope of this abnormal movement was likely to have affected the entire Earth. This was the upgrade of the world level. 2 hours later, the sound of glass shattering rang out in the void. And Lin looked towards the source of the sound and saw a dark yellow light penetrating through the cracks in the void. It was a power that did not belong to this world. White Spirit Snake's eyes narrowed slightly as a nostalgic expression appeared on her face. This is the divine light of my tribe. This place really is connected to the ancient land of my tribe in the ancient Tai Chu realm. Battle Goddess by Cheong's heart throbbed, and she forcefully suppressed her cultivation base. The great Tao of heaven and earth began to roar, and the circular colored area continued to expand on the surface. In the end, it turned into a beam of light of various colors that soared into the sky. It exploded in the sky like fireworks, releasing streams of light that covered the sky like spreading branches and leaves. Then it fell in all directions on Earth. First, the atmosphere surged, and the density of vitality changed. Following that, the mountains, rivers, and the polar ocean also began to undergo drastic changes. Hurricanes, earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and all kinds of natural disasters descended. Vital energy transformed into rain. Divine light bestowed blessings. Rare treasures appeared, and all sorts of heavenly phenomena began to appear. This was a moment of fortune and disaster, and Lin couldn't care less about that because he felt an extremely terrifying power from the core of the formation. That power made him instinctively feel fear. The fissure grew larger and larger. From 10 feet in size, it became a giant fissure that was hundreds of feet long and several feet wide. It was like a huge scar in the night sky. Dark yellow light carrying a decaying aura flowed out from within, the energy becoming more and more terrifying. Little White, are you sure this is the ancient land of the Snake Spirit Clan? That aura should be your ancestor's friend, right? And Lin swallowed his saliva and said nervously. White Spirit Snake's expression was quite dark as well. Even though this place is connected to the ancient land of my tribe, I can't guarantee that nothing will come out of it. To be on the safe side, don't let it come out. She took out a sparkling golden crystal and installed it on a disc-type artifact. And Lin's expression faltered slightly. This crystal was none other than the golden realm essence crystals he had seen in the ancient Tai Chu realm. A single golden realm essence crystal was worth 1,000,000 spirit stones. A disappointed expression appeared on White Spirit Snake's face as she looked at the expanding fissure. If there's a chance, I really do want to go to the ancient land. But for now, our top priority is to repair the fissure. As she spoke, she made a gesture with both hands, and the disc emitted a golden brilliance. With a whoosh, it flew towards the gap in the crack. The disc flew toward the fissure, and a massive spell formation activated, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth to compress the fissure, causing it to contract. So golden realm essence crystals can be used like this? And Lin was astonished. He had thought that golden realm essence crystals could only be used to eat and construct a small world. Who would have thought that they could also be used to activate treasures and draw upon the power of heaven and earth? The repair process was very smooth. The terrifying fissure was compressed by the disc's power, and it continued to contract until it was only 10 feet in length. It looks like repairing the formation is quite easy, and Lin commented. He had initially thought that he would have to fight, or that he would encounter some kind of predicament, and that he would have to turn the tide. Who would have thought that he would have to experience the entire process as a spectator? Repairing the fissure of a world is more difficult the closer it is to the final moment, Battle Goddess by Cheong retorted with furrowed brows. Just as they were speaking, White Spirit Snake's body began to tremble violently. What's wrong? And Lin was shocked to see this. White Spirit Snake gritted her teeth and exerted all of her strength to control the disc in the fissure. Even her true body was beginning to reveal itself, and her legs transformed into a long, pristine snake tail. The disc in the fissure trembled violently, as if it was being restrained by some kind of power. Crack! The dark yellow fissure suddenly began to slowly expand once again. This time, everyone's expression became solemn. A pair of pitch-black hands suddenly appeared at the edge of the fissure, and they began to tear at it relentlessly. What a wonderful place! What, do you not welcome me? A hoarse voice drifted over like an eerie gust of wind. Its head peeked out from the fissure. It had curly red hair, and its skin was covered in black snake scales. Its emerald eyes flickered dangerously as it flicked its forked tongue. The reply it received was an extremely powerful mountain quaking fist. Boom! The snake monster's head was struck, and its hands almost lost their grip on the fisher. "Who goes there?" the snake monster roared angrily. "You, Daddy." And Lin roared, and he unleashed a series of mountain quaking fists toward the snake monster's head. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying energy constantly surged in the void. The snake monster shrieked, and a red sound wave crashed into Lin's chest like a sledgehammer, sending Lin flying back over a kilometer. And Lin was shocked. This snake monster was very powerful. It was at least at the return to void intermediate stage or even higher. Most of the snake monster's power was used to defend against the power of the circular disc, and it didn't have much power left to deal with Lin. Even so, its roar still forced him back. "Little ones, the gate to a new world has been opened for you. Hurry up and charge." The snake monster roared angrily, and the muscles on its arms bulged as it abruptly tugged at the fisher with its hands. The fisher instantly expanded, several times in size. A swarm of snake monsters rushed out of the crack, hissing excitedly. Some of the snake monsters had wings on their backs, some rode on clouds, and some landed on the ground. They were like a series of black shadows, and their numbers were staggering. "Ms. White Spirit Snake, what's with these snake monsters?" Xian Yuan Cheng was shocked. White Spirit Snake's features paled, and she gritted her teeth. "I don't know. They have the aura of our snake spirit clan, but they're extremely violent and depraved. They might be snake monsters that mutated from the collapse of this continent, which means they're enemies." Xian Yuan Cheng drew his longsword. "White Spirit Snake, that's right." Chapter 964. Ha ha ha. There are cultivators in our way. Kill them all. There are also snake spirit tribe living beings. I'm so excited. Hiss hiss. Humans, delicious humans. Hiss, you guys go eat the humans and snake spirit tribe living beings. I'll eat dog meat, so don't fight with me. Dubai shuddered upon hearing this. Countless snake monsters surged out from the crack like a swarm of locusts, and they bared their blood-stained fangs, giving onlookers goosebumps. White Spirit Snake was in a deadlock with the powerful red-haired snake monster, and she was at a slight disadvantage as the crack was slowly widening. Countless snake monsters pounced toward White Spirit Snake excitedly. Boom! Purple flames surged and engulfed an area with a radius of several hundred meters, melting all of the oncoming snake monsters. Battle God Ziyang controlled the purple flames to protect White Spirit Snake. Battle God Ziyang, protect White Spirit Snake. Battle Goddess Bai Qiong unsheathed her longsword, and it transformed into an astonishing sword rainbow as it pierced through the air toward the red-haired snake monster. Bai Qiong knew that the red-haired snake monster was the key. As long as she could beat it back into the ancient Tai Chu realm, this matter would be resolved. Hiss hiss. You don't have the right to stop me. Come out, Snake Spirit Holy Trinity. The red-haired snake monster roared, and three figures suddenly leaped out from the crack. One of the rock pythons charged toward Bai Qiong, and a suit of earthy armor enveloped its body as it collided with the terrifying sword projection. A mountain-toppling power crashed into Battle Goddess Bai Qiong's sword projection, and she was knocked flying along with it. Ha ha ha! A powerful being from the snake spirit tribe? You're nothing special. A ferocious expression appeared on the rock python's face as its body continued to expand. In the end, it grew to over 10,000 feet in length, and its aura soared once again. However, Bai Qiong's gaze wasn't focused on the rock python. Instead, she turned toward White Spirit Snake and yelled, "Master, White, be careful!" White Spirit Snake was the first target of two of the three snake spirit holy sages. They weren't idiots. Bai Qiong could figure out that the red-haired snake monster was an important figure, and they could also figure out White Spirit Snake's status in this group. As long as they killed White Spirit Snake, no one would be able to close this passageway. What a beautiful woman. I'm taking her. One of the 6-winged snakes, which was riding atop a red cloud, stared at White Spirit Snake with a scorching gaze as it stuck out its flexible tongue. Mine. She's mine. The other 9-headed snake refused to back down and pounced toward the woman in the white dress excitedly. The flames unleashed by Battle God Ziyang were nothing more than a tickle to them. Battle God Ziyang's legs gave out from fear. How was he supposed to fight when he was being targeted by 2 Heaven Creation Stage monsters? These were 2 monsters that were comparable to Return to Void Stage mighty figures. Even Battle Goddess Bai Qiong couldn't block them. So how was he supposed to block them? He couldn't stop them. Master White, don't worry about this fissure for now. Let's get out of here. Battle God Ziyang immediately grabbed White Spirit Snake and prepared to flee. White Spirit Snake didn't move. Don't worry, Senior and Lin will protect me. Just as Battle God Ziyang's legs gave out from under him, and Lin appeared in front of White Spirit Snake. The 2 returned to Void Stage snake monsters instantly appeared before White Spirit Snake. Just as Battle God Ziyang's legs gave out from under him, and Lin appeared before White Spirit Snake. See? I told you that Senior and Lin would come and protect me. A smug smile appeared on White Spirit Snake's delicate features. Battle God Ziyang faltered. Even if he comes, he doesn't have the ability to protect you. He knew that Lin was a soul formation final stage cultivator, but his opponent was a return to void stage snake monster. How could he bridge the gap between their cultivation bases? Reckless human. Piss off. Die, human. The 2 returned to void stage snake monsters attacked at the same time. At this moment, an endless stream of flames suddenly descended. The holy vermilion flame and the 6 divine flames appeared at the same time, engulfing the 2 snake monsters in an instant. Ah! The 2 snake monsters screamed in anguish and fled into the distance before they could even attack. They knew that if they stayed within the range of the flames, they would definitely be burned to death. The rest of the snake monsters didn't even have a chance to come into contact with the flames before they were melted by the indescribably high temperatures. Battle God Ziyang's mouth gaped open as he stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before his eyes. So powerful, his face was already swollen from the beating, and he could only sigh in amazement. Of course, that's Senior and Lin we're talking about. White Spirit Snake stared at the white-robed figure standing proudly within the sea of flames, and she praised him as if it was a matter of course. The red-haired snake monster's expression darkened upon seeing how powerful Lin was. Begin Plan B, he yelled. The fissure was still expanding, and more snake monsters appeared. Even though over 1,000 snake monsters had already been killed, close to 10,000 snake monsters had already emerged. Vicious expressions appeared on their faces upon hearing the red-haired snake monster's words, and they pounced toward Xianyuan Cheng, Dabai, and Tina. If they couldn't deal with the strong ones, then they would capture the weak ones and use them as hostages to threaten the strong ones. Dabai knew that he couldn't hold on any longer at the sight of the snake monsters charging toward him. He unleashed his domain in the face of the frenzied group of snake monsters. A mercury-like storm of sharp blades instantly spread out for several hundred meters. All the serpent demons that charged into the range of its domain screamed miserably as they were chopped into mincemeat by the silver wind blades. Soon, over 100 serpent demons lost their lives. Howl! An inky black python charged into Dabai's domain. The silvery white blades of wind sliced into its body, but they were unable to penetrate its scales. Ha ha ha! A mere half-step soul formation stage, Cultivator dares to act so arrogantly? I'm going to eat you. The black python pounced toward Dabai with a menacing smile. Dabai glanced at the python before turning his gaze elsewhere. The black python was enraged upon seeing this. It was just about to bite Dabai to death when an excruciating pain suddenly shot through its consciousness, as if it was being torn apart. Ah! The python tumbled to the ground as it writhed in agony. The silver blades of wind landed on its body. Even though the physical attack was blocked, there was another type of attack that penetrated the thick armor and directly struck its consciousness. Dabai's silver wind domain was a domain that attacked both the physical and the consciousness. The black python of the true power intermediate stage struggled on the ground for a while before finally losing its life force. It still had a pained expression on its face as it died. Even though there were still many small monsters pouncing toward Dabai upon seeing this, the powerful true power stage monsters were all cowering in fear. That handsome human over there seems to be easier to bully. Let's go over there. Yeah, that one looks very friendly. Let's go capture him as a hostage. Many monsters changed their minds and pounced toward Xianyuancheng. Xianyuancheng looked at the endless stream of snake monsters pouncing toward him. There were more than 10 true power stage monsters among them. The pressure on him increased, and it became difficult for him. In the end, he hardened his heart and sighed softly. Forget it, I'll just unleash my domain. Chapter 9:65. Countless snake demons surged toward him like a tidal wave. Xianyuancheng held his sword in front of him, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Everything in the world seemed to slow down in his eyes. He moved his feet lightly, and the Tai Chi Pisces projection expanded on the ground, covering a radius of 1,000 meters. Myriad Spirit Tai Chi Yang explosion. Balls of golden light suddenly appeared in the air, densely distributed in all directions. What is that? The snake demons' expressions changed drastically when they saw the light balls in front of them. Don't be afraid. As long as we capture the human, all our problems will be solved. Some of the snake demons were already spitting poisonous mist toward Xianyuancheng. However, at this moment, the golden light balls became brighter and brighter, and they finally exploded. Boom, boom, boom. The golden energy exploded like a destructive golden flower, engulfing everything around it. The ground shook violently, and countless snake demons held in pain. They were either burned to ashes by the energy or torn into pieces by the shock waves. The earth-shattering explosions sounded incessantly, and Xianyuancheng was like a human bomber, exploding wherever he went. Golden balls kept appearing in the space within a radius of 1,000 meters, and then they exploded. Even the powerful demons of the true force realm would be severely injured or even killed if they were within the range of the golden balls' explosions. The area where Xianyuancheng was standing suddenly became an explosion zone of death. Run! This human cultivator's domain is so terrifying. Mommy, what kind of ability is this? It's too violent. Many snake demons began to turn and flee. There are no abilities like Xianyuancheng's that could directly blast you to death. This kind of sensory impact was the most intense, and it was also the easiest to damage the enemy's morale. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. This was also Enlin's first time seeing Xianyuancheng's complete domain. He was indeed shocked, but he felt that Brother Cheng had gone down the wrong path. Wanna run? It's not that easy. Xianyuancheng saw the snake demons turn and flee, and he made a hand seal with one hand. The Tai Chi Pisces projection under his feet trembled, and the space within a radius of 1,000 meters suddenly became as sticky as glue. Myriad Spirit Tai Chi Yin Bind. All of the demon race felt as if they were trapped in a space where it was difficult to move an inch. Every step forward required a great deal of energy, which made them extremely shocked. What made them feel even more despair was that one golden ball after another appeared near them, getting brighter and brighter. Boom, boom, boom. Aha! The sounds of explosions and screams were endless. In the end, there were no longer any living beings within the 1,000-meter radius of the domain. Whether it was a small demon or a big demon in the true power realm, they were all dead. The red-haired snake demon was shocked. Damn, are all the true power realm humans in this world so abnormal? It turned its gaze to the other creatures on the battlefield, and a white light instantly appeared in front of it. Immediately afterward, an exquisite and perfect little fairy appeared in front of it through a spatial leap. The red-haired snake monster's pupils constricted, and she was about to make a move. In the blink of an eye, the fairy stabbed her heart lotus ice sword toward the red-haired snake demon's heart. God technique. God trove slaughter. Tina's sword projection pierced through space, and she unleashed a top-tier divine technique that she had attained in the divine mirror world to strike the snake monster's chest. Her sword projection froze the void, and heaven and earth fell silent as the ringing of a sword resonated through the heavens. The red-haired snake monster had only just materialized a layer of defensive armor when it was pierced through by the peerlessly sharp longsword. Splat! Blood splattered through the air as the blue immortal sword pierced through the red-haired snake monster's heart. Not only that, but the boundless sword might imbued with the immortal sword instantly sent the red-haired snake monster flying backward, and it lost the strength to maintain the spatial rift. Damn it! The red-haired snake monster roared with rage. Blood monster monarch! The other three returned to void stage snake monsters turned pale with fright upon seeing this, and they immediately rushed over to provide support. Battle Goddess Bai Cheong wielded her sword as she stood in front of a snake monster mighty figure, and Lin immediately summoned Gundam 3 and Gundam 4, which held back the other two return to void stage snake monsters. Seeing this, White Spirit Snake immediately activated the power of the circular disc and drew upon the power of the spell formation to compress the spatial rift between the two worlds. Seeing that everyone had gained the upper hand, Dabai howled and pounced toward a nearby snake monster. Then he began a majestic battle. If he didn't beat the snake monster while it was down, when was he going to do it? The spatial rift became smaller and smaller. In the end, the snake monsters of the ancient Tai Chu realm were no longer able to escape from the spatial rift. The snake monsters on the grasslands were completely powerless against Xian Yuancheng, Dabai, and Enlin. Not only that, but even the six-winged snake, one of the three holy snake spirits, was sliced into thousands of pieces by Yao Ji's superparticle sword. Yao Ji's power was comparable to that of a mighty figure at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage. Thus, it was a piece of cake for her to slay the six-winged snake, which was only at the return to void initial stage. Furthermore, she was a killing machine, and she could kill her enemies in the most efficient way possible. Gasp! How dare you kill the winged snake spirit? I'm going to kill you. The rock python swatted Bai Cheong away with its tail before charging toward Yao Ji. Its mountainous body abruptly swung toward Yao Ji. Yao Ji remained fearless, and a pink light erupted from its body as it appeared over a kilometer away in the blink of an eye. It evaded the rock python's tail attack. What? Mechanical puppets can do spatial skipping? The rock python was dumbstruck. In the next instant, Yao Ji appeared before it again, and its pink particle sword expanded to several kilometers in length as it unleashed over 100 sword strikes in the blink of an eye. Terrifying sword intent sliced through heaven and earth, and the inky black night sky was filled with pink light that tore through space. The rock python let out a blood-curdling screech as it retreated rapidly. Numerous cracks appeared on its body, and black blood spurted out. If it wasn't for its thick skin, it would have already followed in the footsteps of the six-winged serpent and been chopped into pieces by the demoness. Just as it was hurriedly retreating, heaven and earth abruptly dimmed, and all of its senses were blacked out. The rock python faltered momentarily before its vision returned to normal, only to discover a man with black mist emanating from his body, standing before it with a smile on his face. "You!" It had only just spoken when an indescribable tearing pain shot through its neck. A bloody gash appeared on its neck before its massive head was detached from its body. The rock python's eyes widened. Never would it have thought that one of the 3 holy snake spirits would die so easily. Whoosh! Inky black blood gushed forth like a river. And Lin stowed away the rock python's spatial artifact before accepting the 6-winged snake's spatial artifact from Yao Ji. Not bad, there was still one left. The 9-headed snake trembled in fear at the sight of the other 3 holy snake spirits being defeated, and it charged toward the crack without even turning its head back. Mommy, this world is too terrifying. It wants to go home. The 9-headed snake fled extremely quickly, and its body shrank incessantly as it charged toward the crack. As long as the crack remained, it would be able to return. The crack became smaller and smaller. The blood monster monarch was forced into retreat by Tina's sword intent as soon as it approached the crack. In the end, the blood monster monarch didn't even have the space to tear open the crack. After that, the 9-headed snake also shrank. Otherwise, it really wouldn't be able to squeeze through the crack. Soon I can go home. The 9-headed snake's eyes welled up with tears as it looked at the approaching crack. Then it saw a white finger suddenly stretch out from the crack. Chapter 966. An overwhelming sense of horror engulfed the 9-headed snake's entire body at the sight of that finger. Tina's expression shifted drastically, and she immediately slashed a scintillating blue sword projection toward the crack in the sky. A wisp of golden light suddenly floated forth from the finger, and even though it didn't exude any astonishing might, it was able to pulverize the oncoming sword projection before landing on Tina's body. Tina threw up a mouthful of blood as if she had been severely wounded, and her body plummeted from the sky. Little Na! And Lin's expression shifted drastically, and he rushed toward Tina to catch her plummeting body. Giant and Lin. Tina looked up at Lin with a feeble expression. Run, and Lin trembled with rage, and he placed a regenerative immortal pill into Tina's mouth before handing her over to Gundam 3 for protection. He then looked up at the crack with a frosty expression. He was a very petty person. If the monster inside dared to hurt his Tina, then he was going to make it pay the price. The 9-headed snake faltered in fear at the sight of the terrifying finger. At this moment, a pair of hands grabbed onto the crack and pulled it out. The crack that had just shrunk was torn open again, and a dark yellow light descended upon this world again. White Spirit Snake's features were deathly pale. Her regenerative spell technique had been destroyed in such a brutal manner, and her blood churned as blood trickled down from the corners of her lips. A figure walked out of the crack at a steady pace. Even though the crack in the passageway between the 2 worlds had been torn open, there wasn't a single snake monster to be seen. He was the only one left in this world. This was a man in a red robe with a pair of demonic horns on his head, a true demon tribe cultivator. And Lin's expression faltered slightly. There was no hint of bloodthirst or violence in the man's crimson eyes. Instead, they were extremely warm and peaceful, and they were imbued with an indescribable sense of benevolence. I've already seen through the destruction of that heaven and earth. It seems like I can reach the Tai Chu continent from here. The man spoke in a slow voice as his eyes narrowed, and they seemed to be able to pierce through space. Oh, right, closing the door is a good habit. The man slapped his head and turned to look at the crack that looked like a scar on earth. He grabbed the edge of the crack and pulled it together, right before everyone's astonished eyes. The crack that White Spirit Snake had to borrow the power of the Golden Realm Essence Crystals and the Golden Disc to repair with great difficulty was forcefully sealed. The man waved the void in front of him where the crack no longer existed and nodded in satisfaction. Yes, he had repaired the crack in the passageway between the 2 worlds. White Spirit Snake silently recalled the disc and stared blankly at the man, unable to come to her senses. The 9-headed snake's face was ashen as he stared blankly at the closed passage. It's over. Everything is over, and Lin, who was about to violently beat up the red-clothed man, also suppressed that impulse. Closing the passage between the two worlds with one's bare hands was not something that could be done with brute force alone. The man before him was clearly no ordinary man. His comprehension of the Tao of heaven and earth had to have reached a very profound level, and he was at least at the Tao integration stage. However, he didn't seem to harbor any enmity toward Lin and the others, and his gaze didn't even linger on them. He had only attacked Tina earlier because Tina was trying to stop him from coming out. It was exactly because of this that Lin decided to back off for now. He wasn't a brainless person. Not all mighty figures were as easygoing as Celestial, the Arch-Seaway. If he tried to pick a fight now, then there was a very good chance that he would die. In any case, the mighty figures wouldn't pay attention to a mere soul formation stage cultivator like him anyway. Everyone else was also thinking the same thing. They had to get the mighty figures to leave first. The man from the True Demon tribe drew his sword and looked up into the void. All of a sudden, his expression shifted slightly, and he turned toward Enlin. A sense of foreboding welled up in Enlin's heart. "You can't see me! You can't see me!" A hint of excitement appeared in the man's crimson eyes. "My name is Cyril, and I am the leader of the heaven-crushing sect, as well as the #1 heavenly disciple. May I know your name?" And Lin, everyone, what the F***CK is going on? 10,000 mythological beasts stampeded over in Lin's heart. This is AF** King, member of the heaven-crushing sect? And he's the leader and the #1 heavenly disciple. He recalled that Chun Chin had once invited him to join the heaven-crushing sect and made him the 3rd heavenly disciple. Now, even the #1 heavenly disciple had appeared. If possible, and Lin really didn't want to answer this man's question. "Greetings, Senior. My name is Enlin," and Lin said respectfully. Cyril feigned an enlightened expression before continuing. "Mr. Enlin, I can see that you're extremely talented. Why don't you come with me and do something big? Something that's going to be the biggest thing in this world." And Lin, "You want me to turn the entire world upside down with you?" And Lin's lips twitched slightly. "Oh, Mr. Enlin, you and I are indeed fated to be able to understand the meaning behind my words. This is fate." A joyful smile appeared on Cyril's face as the admiration in his eyes deepened. "That's because I've met Chin Chin. He said the same thing as you and offered me the position of the 3rd heavenly disciple. But I refused," and Lin said with a speechless expression. What he was implying was very clear. Chun Chin had offered him such a good deal, but he still chose not to go. He really didn't want to join the heaven-crushing sect. Cyril faltered slightly upon hearing this, but his expression didn't dim as he looked at Enlin. Instead, he became even more excited. That's because his offer wasn't high enough, right? Not only can I make you the 3rd heavenly disciple, but as long as you agree to join the heaven-crushing sect, I'll immediately give you 3 divine pills, 1 divine tool, 500 million spirit stones, and a harem of 10 extremely beautiful celestial maidens. Gasp! And Lin's eyes widened as he drew a sharp intake of breath. Debai's mouth gaped open with a dazed expression. A harem of 10 extremely beautiful celestial maidens? What F***King tempting conditions. Everyone else also stood rooted to the spot with dumbstruck expressions. It was as if they were listening to a heavenly book. After all, these conditions were too dreamy, giving people a feeling that it was unreal. Battle God Ziyang swallowed. He really wanted to hug Cyril's thigh and ask him if he needed more people. What about his aptitude? "Mr. Enlin, what do you think of this condition?" A faint smile appeared on Cyril's face, and there was absolute confidence and boldness on his face. "Do you think I'm that kind of person?" And Lin gritted his teeth. Cyril was a little surprised. "You still refuse?" And Lin nodded with a resolute expression. "No conditions can change my mind." A harem of 10 celestial maidens? What a joke! Do you really want to kneel on a lava durian for the rest of your life? You're even more stubborn than I thought. Cyril didn't get angry. Instead, a warm smile appeared on his face. It had to be said that his expression was very similar to Xin Yuancheng's. Both of them were like a spring breeze. All right then, Mr. and Lin, we'll meet again if fate allows it. Cyril wouldn't force others to do things they didn't want to do. Some things would definitely come, and forcing others to do things that weren't meant to happen would only lead to more terrifying disasters. He was focused on researching the heaven-crushing sect, so there was no need for him to cause trouble here. He took another glance at Enlin before shaking his head with a wistful expression. Only then did he turn his gaze toward the sky. He raised his sword, and the light of yin and yang converged upon it as a chaotic crack extended outward. Cyril's sword fell. Boom! Heaven and earth resonated. A gate that had passed through countless spaces and broken through the barrier between the two worlds was slashed open. A white light illuminated the entire world, turning the night sky into day. Cyril's sword had opened the heavenly gate. Chapter 967. The barrier between the two worlds was broken by a single sword strike. The massive fissure was like a heavenly gate, from which boundless light erupted. The extremely rich vital energy and familiar aura had Enlin astonished. "This is the celestial court!" he exclaimed in shock. However, thinking about it from another perspective, it made sense. The only passageway between Earth and the Tai Chu continent was through the heavenly court. If Cyril wanted to return to the Tai Chu continent, he could only find that passageway by following the aura of the unseen world, then forcefully break through it. At the same time, on a certain floating continent, the divine tool, realm creation, evil, vanquishing sword, had sealed the protective formation around the floating continent. Black Spirit Snake was on a killing spree, and a dark divine light enshrouded the entire continent as countless Darkwing tribe living beings were reduced to dust amid blood-curdling wails. The Darkwing Emperor was enraged, and he was engaged in a fierce battle with Black Spirit Snake. "Black Spirit Snake, you've gone too far. You've killed so many living beings of my tribe, and I'm going to make you pay with your blood." The Darkwing Emperor's voice was like rumbling thunder as he tried to lure Black Spirit Snake away with every attack he unleashed. However, Black Spirit Snake refused to budge and insisted on fighting on the floating continent. A disdainful smile appeared on Black Spirit Snake's face. "You should have known this day would come when you invaded Earth 3 years ago. Her Majesty Nuwa's authority is inviolable, and now is the time for you to pay the price." When she was on Earth, she finally used the core of the formation and the spatial marker left behind by the Darkwing tribe to traverse boundless chaos and find the exact location of the Darkwing tribe. This was an earth-shattering battle, and destructive divine light swept through the entire continent. Black Spirit Snake's objective was very clear. The Darkwing Emperor was very powerful, and she didn't have the power to kill him. But it doesn't matter. I'm here to fight and destroy their lair. That's great too. All of the Darkwing tribe monarchs hid away to spectate. All of the other Darkwing tribe powerful beings were trembling uncontrollably as they fled for their lives. None of them dared to help the Darkwing Emperor. It was just like in the stories where a group of monsters would rush out to kill the boss to show how strong the enemy was. After they died, the strongest leader would come out to fight. This did not exist in this place. The warriors of the Darkwing tribe would immediately run to cover themselves or set up defensive spell formations, effectively reducing the number of casualties in battle. "Do you think our boss can defeat Black Spirit Snake? Winning or losing, it's bad news for us. If we win, Goddess Nuwa will be enraged and personally take the field. How are we going to survive then? If we lose, we're going to be bullied again. Whether we live or die depends on Black Spirit Snake's mood. The Starry Night True Monarch is wise. Then what should we do? I think we should make a strategic retreat now. This is the best way to preserve the strength of the great race. But our boss is still fighting. Are you stupid? The reason why our boss is fighting so desperately is to buy time for us to retreat." "Ah, The Starry Night Monarch is indeed wise and far-sighted. We'll listen to you." All of the Darkwing tribe cultivators suddenly realized what was going on and retreated. "Oh, all of your return to Void Stage monarchs are running away." A hint of a smile appeared on Black Spirit Snake's face as she looked at the fleeing monarchs with a teasing expression. The Darkwing Emperor's chest constricted upon hearing this. F***CK. Why are they all running away when the enemy has reached their base? I haven't lost yet. I'm not forcing them to fight Black Spirit Snake. So why can't they just stand there and cheer her on? He cursed in his heart, but a mysterious smile appeared on his face. "Ha, you don't understand. They're preparing a surprise for you. That's right, you don't understand the sorrow of being a Darkwing Emperor." Black Spirit Snake did not back down in the slightest upon hearing the Darkwing Emperor's words. If she really was afraid of the Darkwing tribe, she wouldn't have come here alone. One devastating spell technique after another was unleashed from her hands, causing the entire floating continent to tremor violently as if it were about to fall from the sky. All of a sudden, Black Spirit Snake's expression shifted drastically. "Crap! Little Bai is in danger." She flipped her hand over, and the divine tool realm creation, Evil Vanquishing, sword appeared in her hand before tearing open a spatial rift and departing from the black, floating continent. The Darkwing Emperor was dumbstruck for a few seconds at the sight of Black Spirit Snake's sudden departure. He then clasped his hands behind his back and raised his head. "Humph. She's just a Tao integration stage Black Spirit Snake, Nua's right-hand man. Yet she still succumbed to my power and fled in panic." All of the Darkwing tribe living beings on the black floating continent erupted into raucous cheers upon hearing this. The Darkwing Emperor is invincible and invincible. The Darkwing Emperor is the pillar of our tribe, and he illuminates the world with his divine light. The Darkwing Emperor looks down upon the entire continent. All of the Darkwing tribe living beings on the floating continent erupted into raucous cheers as one monarch after another tore open a spatial rift and returned to join in the cheering. A faint smile appeared on the Darkwing Emperor's face. "Even though Black Spirit Snake has been chased away by us, we still have to show some respect to Nua and erase the coordinates we left on Earth." "Darkwing Emperor, it wasn't easy for us to," a monarch was just about to retort with an indignant expression when the Darkwing Emperor waved a hand and cut him off. "Stop dilly-dallying. The evil slaying sword is no longer on Earth, so there's no point in us leaving the coordinates on Earth." The monarchs bowed their heads upon hearing this. "Darkwing Emperor is wise." All of the monarchs chimed in unison. "Darkwing Emperor is wise." The Black Feather Emperor snorted coldly. His eyes were misty and deep, and an unfathomable expression appeared on his face once more. If he didn't erase the coordinates now, what if Black Spirit Snake turned around and followed the coordinates to fight him again? He couldn't stand being ravaged by Black Spirit Snake again. He couldn't afford to mess with her, but he could at least hide. If he erased the coordinates they had left on Earth and erased all connections, then fled deep into the Tai Chu continent, Black Spirit Snake wouldn't be able to find them. A confident smile appeared on the Darkwing Emperor's face with this in mind. Within the Mongolian nation on Earth, Cyril opened the heavenly gate with his sword, and light illuminated the entire nation. Cattle and sheep scurried away in fear, and many people emerged from their tents or houses to stare at the white light in the distance with astonishment on their faces. They didn't know what was going on. Cyril was just about to make his way toward the gate of light. At this moment, a spatial rift appeared in the air. A woman with the lower body of a snake and the lower body of a human appeared with a divine tool in her hand. "Cyril!" She immediately yelled the man's name with an expression of shock on her face. "Oh, aren't you the servant who's been following Nua around this entire time?" The red-robed man looked at the woman with a hint of a smile on his face. "Servant, my guess." The veins on the woman's forehead bulged. The woman was none other than Black Spirit Snake. She heaved a faint sigh of relief at the sight of White Spirit Snake, who was safe and sound. Black Spirit Snake then turned toward Cyril with a grave expression as she activated the power of the divine tool. "You've come out." "I've done what I had to do, so I naturally came out." A faint smile appeared on Cyril's face. "You look like you're in a good mood." Black Spirit Snake asked again, "Are you trying to trick me?" "I might as well tell you that everything went well for me." Cyril didn't want to waste any more time, and he waved goodbye to Black Spirit Snake and everyone else. "The heavenly gate is about to close. Goodbye." His body disappeared into the heavenly gate as he spoke. Boom! The heavenly gate closed, and darkness returned to heaven and earth. And Lin looked on at Cyril's departing figure with yearning in his heart. He came and went like the wind, and no one could stop him. This was a true powerful being. Chapter 968. The Celestial Court was the most powerful force in the Kingdom of the 9 States. This was an extremely revered and holy place, and there was no continent on the entire Tai Chu continent that dared to face such a colossus. However, at that instant, the South Heaven Gate that served as the gateway between the two worlds suddenly exploded. Some living beings had opened up a path with brute force. This matter alarmed the entire upper echelons of the Celestial Court. They had always been the ones who summoned back immortal envoys from the mortal world from the southern Heavenly Gate. When had they ever encountered a mortal being who went against the rules and barged into the Celestial Court? Of the 5 Tao Integration Stage Emperors, Emperor Ziwei and the Celestial Darch arrived at the location where the southern Heavenly Gate had exploded at almost the exact same moment. They cast their eyes toward the shattered southern Heavenly Gate and stared into the dark passageway within with solemn expressions. The 2 god generals guarding the South Heaven Gate were already scared out of their wits. When had they ever encountered a situation where the southern Heavenly Gate had been destroyed? This was simply incomprehensible. Emperor Ziwei and the Celestial Thearcha's expressions shifted again at the sight of a red-robed man making his way through the chaos. "Cyril, it's you." The Celestial Darch glared at the newcomer with heavenly might in his eyes. "Long time no see, 2 emperors." Cyril smiled. Even though he was deep in the Celestial Court, his expression was still calm. "Don't be nervous. I'm just borrowing your passage to come back. I'll leave your place right away." After saying that, he reached into the void with one hand. As the space trembled, he took out 1,000,000 spirit stones and tossed them to the Celestial Darch. "This is the maintenance fee for the Southern Heaven Gate. Keep the change." The Celestial Thearcha's lips twitched slightly at the sight of Cyril, but he didn't say anything. As for those very domineering words, such as Celestial Court is not a place where you can come and go as you please, they could not be said at all. To Cyril, the Celestial Court was a place where he could come and go as he pleased. It couldn't be helped. The leader of the Heaven-Crushing Sect was just that badass. As for the Heaven-Mending Sect, the Celestial Darch was only the second in command. Nuwa was the true leader. Emperor Ziwei's lips twitched. He wanted to say that 1,000,000 spirit stones wasn't even close to being enough. However, when he thought about what Cyril had done in the past, he forced himself to hold back. It was best to send this plague away as soon as possible. "Since there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave." Cyril smiled and left. "Forgive me for not seeing you off." The Celestial Darch nodded. Although they were all fighting for the future of this world, they had completely different ideologies. People who walked different paths could not make plans together, not to mention that under certain circumstances, they were even opponents. As such, the Celestial Darch couldn't be bothered to put on a show, and he simply told Cyril to piss off. Just like that, Cyril swaggered out of the Celestial Court. On the other side of the Southern Heaven Gate, on Earth, which had just successfully upgraded, and Lin encountered Black Spirit Snake again. After seeing that White Spirit Snake was fine, Black Spirit Snake turned toward Lin and Tina with a mysterious smile on her face. She clearly had the features of a beautiful celestial maiden, but her smile was extremely horrifying. At least, That was what Lin felt. A chill ran down his spine. Congratulations on leading Earth to new glory, Senior Black Spirit Snake. And Lin congratulated Black Spirit Snake with a respectful expression. He decided to strike first and change the subject. He emphasized the word senior so that Black Spirit Snake would be reminded of her status and not bully the weak. Black Spirit Snake gripped the divine tool in her hand with a smile on her face. You're welcome. I'm just doing what I should do. Thank you for your hard work in slaying the snake monster for us. And Lin immediately puffed out his chest upon hearing this. Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the entire world. For the sake of peace and prosperity on Earth, I will step forward without hesitation. Black Spirit Snake nodded. You're very thoughtful, so I've decided to give you a small reward. What reward? And Lin asked with anticipation on his face. He was then greeted by the sight of Black Spirit Snake's golden sword flying toward him, and it was also expanding in his field of vision. That was a divine tool, realm creation, evil vanquishing sword. Even if it was a simple attack, its power was unimaginably terrifying, and Lin's body trembled in the face of the terrifying might of the divine tool, and he instinctively tightened his grip on his evil-slaying sword before thrusting it toward the golden sword. The two swords clashed, and heaven and earth faltered. Boom! A deafening collision sound resounded, and terrifying energy exploded in an instant. Dabai, Xinyuan Cheng, White Spirit Snake, and the others all hurtled back in retreat to avoid the explosion. Stop, Big Sister Black! White Spirit Snake yelled in an urgent voice, and Lin was forced back a few steps by the power of the sword, but his eyes were extremely bright. He had blocked Black Spirit Snake's attack. Oh, you've improved a little. A faint smile appeared on Black Spirit Snake's face as she charged toward Lin. Golden sword intent erupted forth from her divine tool before crashing down upon Lin. And Lin's heart jolted with shock, and he unleashed everything he had to defend himself against Black Spirit Snake's attacks. However, Black Spirit Snake's attacks were extremely terrifying. Her power continued to increase, and her swordsmanship became more and more intricate, giving Lin no hope of winning. Boom, 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 and Lin was knocked flying by the divine tool over and over again as Black Spirit Snake closed in on him. 6 strikes of the war god Wind Sword, and Lin roared as his sword projection transformed into a white line that slashed toward Black Spirit Snake's head. Black Spirit Snake twisted her slender waist to evade the sword strike, and her golden sword crashed down upon Lin's chest with a boundless aura. That's right. She had slapped him with the back of her sword. PFFF. And Lin's organs trembled violently, and he threw up a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Black Spirit Snake was already charging toward Lin with an elated expression, and Lin could only defend against Black Spirit Snake's attacks with all his might. Is this the reward you were talking about? He roared with rage. Isn't an opportunity to battle a Tao integration stage mighty figure extremely precious? Black Spirit Snake was slowly revealing her battle instincts, and the more she slashed at Lin, the more excited she became. Don't force me, and Lin gritted his teeth. Black Spirit Snake gripped her sword with both hands and unleashed a golden sword projection that crashed down upon Lin like heavenly judgment, knocking him to the ground. Terrifying power crashed relentlessly into Lin's body, and he threw up another mouthful of blood. So what if I force you? What? Do you still have the power to resist? Black Spirit Snake made her way toward Lin with an elated expression on her face. Resist with all your might. The more you resist, the more excited I get. No one is going to save you, even if you scream your lungs out anyway. And Lin, that stung. Could it be that Black Spirit Snake was a freak? However, she was right about one thing. No one was going to save Lin, even if he screamed his lungs out. This space had already been isolated by Black Spirit Snake's spell technique, and neither Tina nor White Spirit Snake had the power to break through it, so they could only look on helplessly from outside. I'm a snake that keeps my word. I said that I'll beat the crap out of you every time I see you, and there will be no exceptions. Black Spirit Snake charged toward Lin again. Then don't blame me for this. And Lin's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he glowered at Black Spirit Snake. Chapter 969. Even though Black Spirit Snake didn't carry any killing intent, and Lin wasn't a coward who wouldn't retaliate just because he was bullied, and Neng's subservience to the rich and powerful, making me unable to be happy, is talking about the current him. And Lin glowered at Black Spirit Snake. Make you shit technique and make you cry technique were unleashed at the same time. Black Spirit Snake's expression suddenly shifted drastically, and she clasped a hand over her stomach as tears flowed from her eyes. And Lin, what did you do to me? Black Spirit Snake clasped her hands over her lower abdomen, and translucent tears flowed down her face as she sobbed like a weeping beauty. And Lin's heart jolted with shock. As expected of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure, Black Spirit Snake was able to resist the urge to sh*T herself. However, just as Black Spirit Snake was enduring the pain with all her might, it was time for him to retaliate. Boom! The origin energy of the netherworld erupted from his body, and Lin's aura soared explosively, and he possessed the aura of a return to void stage mighty figure for a short period of time. He leaped into the air, and his fist glowed with a golden light as he activated the Earth Lotus Supreme skill and infused it into his mountain quaking fist. With golden void lightning as the core, the golden fist became more and more fearsome under the effects of the lightning amplification technique. At the same time, the true intent of the Dark Knight Monarch's darkness of origin began to fuse as the power of darkness and annihilation permeated the air. This wasn't the end. 6 divine flames and 1 holy flame also began to fuse into the fist. This was the power of the first stage of the Yang God cultivation method, the fire melting technique. The golden fist fused with the terrifying divine flames and holy flames, and the power of annihilation instantly twisted and collapsed the surrounding space. Black Spirit Snake raised her head to discover that the monstrous fist was already descending upon her. Taste my original super spell technique, lightning amplification mountain quaking fist. The golden fist fell. In that instant, another sun appeared over the grassland. Countless cattle and sheep were given a second fright, and they began to riot again. Many people looked up at the sun in the distance with shock and horror. This miraculous phenomenon had left an indelible impression in their hearts. Some people kept praying in their hearts, while others felt their legs go weak. They were so scared that they hid under their blankets, shivering. The power of the earth was boundless and boundless. The power of the golden void lightning was capable of annihilating all things. The true intent of darkness of origin was capable of engulfing all things, and the holy flames were capable of incinerating all living beings. These 4 powers combined to unleash an unimaginably terrifying power. Thankfully, Black Spirit Snake had unleashed a spatial isolation technique. Otherwise, the entire Mongolian kingdom would have been obliterated. It was a power that could destroy an entire country. Sister Hey! White Spirit Snake looked on as Black Spirit Snake was engulfed by a terrifying power. Her worry had finally shifted. Her intuition told her that if she took Lin's punch head-on, she would definitely be screwed. Xian Yuan Cheng looked at the scene in front of him with a fiery gaze. Inspiration kept exploding in his heart. The earth tremored relentlessly as dazzling energy filled the entire space, crashing relentlessly into the spatial barrier set up by Black Spirit Snake. A series of tiny cracks began to appear on the seemingly indestructible barrier. This was a spell technique unleashed by a Tao integration stage mighty figure. Even if it was set up casually, it was enough to prove how terrifying the center of the explosion was. Aren't they sparring? Why do I feel like Enlin is going to kill Master Black? Battle god Ziyang swallowed in fear as he gazed at the energy that was destroying everything within its range. This battle goddess Bai Qiong also stared at the scene in front of her in disbelief. In the beginning, she had also thought that this was just a sparring match. After all, Black Spirit Snake hadn't used her full strength. She was just slowly torturing Enlin. She probably wanted Enlin to remember the pain he had suffered tonight. And then did she get carried away? What kind of destructive weapon would be unleashed during a sparring match? Hee, Black Spirit Snake's gone too far. My big brother and isn't someone to be trifled with, woof. Dabai felt like his anger had been greatly vented. Why was Black Spirit Snake the only one who could torment Big Brother in? Why couldn't Big Brother and retaliate? If you wanted to retaliate, then you had to be prepared to be retaliated against instead. The destructive energy gradually dissipated, and Lin stood in the air, panting heavily. That powerful technique just then had expended a lot of his energy. Not only that, but he had also been affected by the terrifying explosion. However, he was standing on the outskirts of the explosion, so his divine body wasn't blasted open. This was the benefit of having the body of the war god. In the past, his defenses were too weak. Every time he used his nuclear missile fist, he would probably be bedridden for 10 days to half a month. However, now that he had a divine body, the chances of him being killed or severely injured by his own spell techniques were much lower. After all, his skin was thicker, and Lin gazed at the center of the explosion. At the center of the massive crater, the figure of a woman slowly emerged. Black Spirit Snake's black tunic had become extremely tattered, and her face was slightly charred black as she stared intently at Enlin with her inky black eyes. And Lin was extremely elated. To think that this day would come for you. Then he felt a little faint from being stared at by her eyes. This was because Black Spirit Snake didn't say anything, nor did she do anything else. She didn't appear to be very angry. Instead, she merely stared at him expressionlessly. And Lin knew that this was the worst-case scenario. This meant that Black Spirit Snake was already on the verge of exploding with rage. *CK. I've really gone too far. And Lin felt like he was going to be screwed. The atmosphere became more and more tense and tense. Black Spirit Snake's aura slowly seeped through the air. This was a profound and ethereal power, as if she were a goddess looking down upon this world. Everything in this world was as insignificant as dust in her eyes. This was Black Spirit Snake's true power. She had only been fooling around a while ago, only to be slapped in the face by Lin's fist. She was going to get serious now, and Lin turned toward White Spirit Snake for help. White Spirit Snake yelled for Big Sister Black to calm down and restrain herself, but Black Spirit Snake completely ignored her as her eyes remained fixed on Enlin. And Lin didn't dare to move. If he moved now, Black Spirit Snake would most likely follow suit. The final result would be him being crushed. The two of them stared at each other in a tense standoff. All of a sudden, a ringing sound broke the silence. Black Spirit Snake's storage ring flashed, and a mirror appeared in her hand. An extremely gentle and pleasant voice began to appear. Little Black, everything on Earth has been taken care of, so come back with the detector. Be a good girl. Black Spirit Snake stared at the mirror with an aggrieved expression, and she almost burst into tears. She then turned toward Lin, and she seemed to be trying her best to repress some sort of emotion. And Lin, remember this. Black Spirit Snake tore open a spatial rift and left without even turning back. And Lin, he looked at the direction that Black Spirit Snake had departed in, and a chill ran down his spine. It was as if there was a bomb hanging over his head, and it would explode the next time he encountered it. No, he had to become more powerful as soon as possible. He had to get to the return to void stage as soon as possible in case he encountered Black Spirit Snake again. At the very least, he wouldn't be beaten to death if he wasn't careful. Battle intent ignited in Lin's heart, and his desire to break through to the return to Void Stage became even stronger. Chapter 970. After Black Spirit Snake left, Tina and the others rushed toward Lin. Giant Lin, are you all right? Tina asked anxiously. She didn't forget to cast a healing technique on Lin as she spoke. I'm fine. It's just a minor injury. And Lin patted Tina's little head with a smile. Big brother, that nuclear fist of yours was so bad *SS woof. Dabai clapped its paws excitedly. Xian Yuan Cheng nodded in agreement. It was indeed very bad *S. The perfect fusion of different types of energy transformed the essence of the spell technique. Then it detonated. That was amazing. At this moment, White Spirit Snake also made her way over with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Senior Lin. I didn't think that Big Sister Black would be so stubborn. I'll be sure to persuade her to not repeat what happened today. And Lin sighed with emotion as he looked at the adorable woman before him. Why did these two sisters have such a huge personality gap? Why didn't Black Spirit Snake learn how to be a snake from White Spirit Snake? Then you really have to persuade Black Spirit Snake. Harmony is the most important thing. Harmony brings wealth, understand? And Lin spoke in a meaningful and heartfelt voice. All right, don't worry. I'll make sure that Big Sister Black understands. White Spirit Snake nodded with determination in her bright eyes. It was clear that she was treating this as a mission. Battle Goddess Bai Qiong and Battle God Xiang felt a wave of despair wash over them upon seeing this. If only Master White could be as decisive and domineering as Master Black. Why didn't Master White learn how to be a snake from Master Black? I still have some things to take care of. Senior Lin, I'm really sorry. See you next time. White Spirit Snake was a little reluctant. All right, go ahead. And Lin nodded. White Spirit Snake tore open a spatial passageway and left with Bai Qiong and Ziyang. And Lin and Xian Yuancheng also returned to the north Mist Mountain to rest. This matter was finally resolved satisfactorily. All of the flaws and potential threats on Earth had been eliminated. Next, the world would usher in a new chapter of cultivation. That night was perhaps a strange one for most of the living beings in the world. The vitality became even denser, and this would subtly influence the bodies of living beings. Some creatures with insufficient cultivation aptitude might have the opportunity to enter the world of cultivation. Even those without cultivation aptitude would have some improvements in all aspects of their physical abilities. The next day, all kinds of urgent reports came in. Hurricanes, earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions. Natural disasters were reported one after another. The entire world was in an uproar, and all sorts of doomsday theories began to appear. There were even riots in some chaotic regions. And Lin helplessly looked at the people who had fallen into a state of panic. If there really was a threat of the apocalypse, they had already dealt with it last night. As for the so-called apocalypse calamity, it was actually an environmental anomaly caused by the leveling up of the world last night. It should not happen again in the future. Of course, the world would not believe these explanations. The only way to calm them down was to let time prove it. When they discovered that nothing had happened a year later, the doomsday theories would naturally fall apart on their own. And Lin, Xian Yuancheng, Dabai, and Tina made their way toward the mystic realm connected to the celestial court, intending to have the divine general open the passageway to take them back. However, they were all dumbstruck by a piece of news. The passageway between the two worlds was currently under repair, so it could not be opened at the moment. And Lin, Dabai, Xian Yuancheng heaved a faint sigh. It must have been that domineering Cyril who did this, right? And Lin's expression darkened. F*CK off. Open your F*King, heavenly gate, with a single sword strike. Why do we have to bear the consequences of his flexing? Perhaps he's a big shot, woof. Dubai also wore a resigned expression. Thus, everyone returned to the mortal world with dejected expressions. I'm going to go take a look at the Department of Defense. What about you, classmate Lin? Xian Yuan Cheng asked. I'm going to see my father. Then I'll go and broaden my horizons with little Na. Tina was quite interested in the mortal world, seeing as they couldn't return to the celestial court, and Lin decided to travel around this world with her. Yay! I'm going to have some fun in Lin's hometown. Tina was extremely excited as she transformed into a young woman with golden hair and blue eyes. Gasp! Little Na! You look like this! And Lin stared at the young woman beside him with astonishment on his face. The young woman had a head of golden wavy hair that extended all the way down to her waist, which was dazzling and mesmerizing under the sun. Her blue eyes were as translucent as gems, and her skin was as smooth as jade. She had a slender waist and long legs, and her features were impeccably exquisite. Tina latched onto Lin's arm with a vibrant smile on her face. Hee, giant Lin. Now that I've grown bigger, other humans won't find it strange to see me anymore. Isn't that smart? And Lin's lips twitched. No, other humans will still find it strange. Why? A perplexed expression appeared on Tina's face, and Lin replied, They'll wonder how such a flawless and perfect woman could exist in this world. A faint blush appeared on Tina's face. Giant Lin, is it really okay for you to praise little Na like that? I'm not praising you, I'm just telling the truth. And Lin replied with a serious expression. Tina's current appearance was definitely going to cause quite a stir. That kind of beauty was no longer of the mortal world. Even celestial maidens weren't as beautiful as her. And Lin thought about it for a moment before giving Tina a blue stealth suit. This was a rather good-looking magic tool that could conceal one's aura and reduce one's sense of presence. Thus, the two of them led the shrunken Dubai on a joyful shopping spree. They passed through a bustling commercial street. Along the way, Tina was amazed by all types of interesting merchandise. She loved intricate handicrafts, as well as digital electronic products. She was also very interested in all types of trendy fashion. She was like a curious baby, and she studied everything she saw wherever she went. Everything was just scenery to her. To the passers-by, she was also an extremely beautiful sight. Even with the stealth suit to conceal her sense of presence, many people were still envious of her beauty. If it weren't for the fact that she was accompanied by a man and a dog, perhaps many people would have tried to strike up a conversation with her. After that, they went to visit the culturally rich Forbidden City, where they killed a few little ghosts along the way. After that, they climbed the Great Wall of China, which stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers. They also went to climb Hua Mountain. The young woman's lithe and graceful figure leaped up the steep steps without relying on the chains, and this gave the tourists below a fright. If the young woman accidentally fell down, they would be in trouble as well. After getting tired, they went to the picturesque city of Aden to take a nap. Tina lay on a little bed materialized from a spell technique and looked up at the pristine white snow mountain and the red leaves on the mountain. She hummed a song that she had heard from the mortal world. And the sky of Chang'e is still so warm. The wind blows the past. When I first saw this world, I was filled with nostalgia. The horizon seemed to be right before my eyes, and I was willing to go through fire and water to see it again. And Lin listened silently to Tina's voice. Tina's voice was crisp and natural, making one feel extremely comfortable and at ease. It had to be said, listening to her sing was a form of enjoyment. And Lin sighed with emotion at the sight of Tina's elated and excited expression. He had once promised Tina that he would take her to see the beauty of the outside world. He had finally fulfilled this promise, and he had even fulfilled it in excess of what he had promised. Not only had Tina seen the prosperity of the Tai Chu continent, but she had also seen the prosperity and beauty of Earth. Not only that, but she had also obtained a divine mirror world with limitless potential. Both the wind and the sky here were extremely peaceful and tranquil. The three of them and the dog were all immersed in this small world. After what seemed like an eternity. Giant and Lynn, let's go overseas, Tina suddenly suggested, and Lynn faltered slightly before a doting smile appeared on his face. Sure. Chapter 971. On the west coast of the United States, on a sunny beach, people were basking in the sun on the beach, enjoying a relaxing beach life. After the various natural disasters, peace had returned to Earth. Experts had already refuted the rumors, explaining that this was a rare but normal tectonic movement. They urged the public not to panic and not to give up eating for fear of choking. Not long after the tsunami passed, many people began to play on the beach. A boy was building a sandcastle on the beach with an extremely focused expression. All of a sudden, the sandcastle began to tremble lightly before cracking open. What happened? The boy looked at the sandcastle with a perplexed expression. Mommy, my sandcastle cracked. The boy ran over and patted the back of a naked woman lying on the beach. Don't bother me, Galen. If the sandcastle cracked, just use sand to cover the cracks, the woman replied in a lazy voice. Boom! The ground tremored lightly. Mommy, the sandcastle collapsed. Galen pouted and wanted to cry. The woman couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the sad boy. He was just a child after all. All he needed to do was cry. Perhaps he would find something new to do the next second. Mommy, what a big wave. Galen patted the woman's back with a surprised expression. The woman was getting a little impatient. Galen, don't bother me all the time. But, that wave is really big. It's as tall as a house. Galen patted his mother, who was sunbathing with a pitiable expression. The woman faltered upon hearing this. At this moment, she heard screams erupting from the beach. She stood up and looked behind her. There were many bare-chested women running around with 2 white balls bobbing up and down. However, that wasn't the point. The woman looked at the ocean in the distance, and her legs turned to jelly. The sun had dimmed. It wasn't because the clouds had obscured the sun, but rather it was because the ocean had obscured the sun. That's right, there was a gargantuan tsunami in front of her. It covered the entire coastline and was over 100 meters tall. It was like a ferocious primordial beast crashing down with a huge amount of seawater. Mommy, this wave is a little high. Let's run. Galen was panicking. The woman's lips twitched, but she couldn't say anything. Run. Such a terrifying tsunami could instantly engulf the coastline and even the city along the coast. Where could they escape to? Due to their survival instincts, most people fled. Some people stared blankly at the apocalyptic scene in front of them. Some were scared silly, while others wanted to remember the final moments. The woman hugged the boy tightly and sobbed. Garen, I love you. At this last moment, she just wanted to hug her child. Mother. Galen instinctively patted the woman's back. He didn't realize that he was going to die. He looked at the tourists who were running for their lives, wondering why his mother didn't run away. Mommy, look. There's a strange person over there, and he's walking toward it. Garen exclaimed as he pointed in a certain direction. The woman's curiosity was piqued upon hearing this, and she turned her gaze toward the direction Galen was pointing at. Is this a Cathayan? A half-naked man in blue beach shorts was walking toward the tsunami step by step. As for why the woman said that he was a Cathayan, it was because only a man from the Huan nation could have such a clean and handsome face. Beside the man was a slender woman with a head of beautiful golden hair. Her facial features couldn't be seen, but judging from her perfect figure, she couldn't be too unattractive. The two of them were walking toward the tsunami, creating a stark contrast with the people who were running away, and they attracted a lot of attention. The woman and Galen stared at the man with dumbstruck expressions. A streak of light flashed, and a black long sword appeared in the man's hand. What's going on? What is he trying to do? The woman's eyes widened. The tsunami covered the sky and covered the earth, blocking out the sun. Death and despair enshrouded everyone's hearts. A deafening boom erupted, and the earth trembled violently as a manifestation of the terrifying power of the tsunami. At this moment, the man wielding the black sword slashed toward the gargantuan tsunami. Heaven and earth abruptly fell silent at that instant. A white gust of wind spanned several kilometers before slashing toward the oncoming tsunami like a silver sword. Everyone felt as if a white light had flashed between heaven and earth. Immediately after, the huge wave that was rushing over like a giant beast was pushed back by the light slash. The white sword of light swept forth like a bulldozer, knocking back the all-engulfing tsunami in an extremely violent manner. The sword intent extended all the way to the edge of the sea and the sky. The deafening boom and the tremors of the earth all disappeared. Countless people who were screaming and fleeing felt as if something was amiss, and they turned to look behind them, upon which their mouths gaped open in astonishment. Countless splashes of water fell into the air, glistening with a translucent sheen under the sunlight. Splash, 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 it was raining. This was the rain that fell from the gargantuan tsunami. As for the destructive tsunami that was threatening to engulf them, it had already disappeared. My God, am I dreaming? What happened? The tsunami disappeared? I seemed to have heard an extremely crisp sound, the sound of howling winds, and the sound of something crashing into something. God bless us! This must be a miracle. God saved us. Many people wept tears of joy, and some even fell to their knees, thanking the invisible God that existed only in their imagination. A small number of people had noticed the mysterious man wielding the sword, and they began to yell, "It's him! He used his sword to repel the tsunami. He saved us. He's our God. Let's go and thank him." However, when everyone turned to look at the mysterious man again, they discovered that he had already disappeared. Repel the tsunami with a single sword strike? That kind of power could only appear in myths and legends. Those who didn't witness what had happened merely laughed it off, thinking that it was just a hallucination from the excitement of escaping death. Or perhaps the tsunami had suddenly disappeared, and those people couldn't find an explanation for it, so they came up with a lie. A mother and son stood on the beach, staring blankly into a certain direction. They had witnessed the entire process of the man repelling the tsunami, and they had also witnessed the man treading on the waves like an immortal. Only a god could do something like that. So there really are gods in this world. No, according to the Hua people, that's an immortal. The woman murmured to herself as she stared blankly into the distance. "Look, Mommy, there's a rainbow in the sky." Galen pointed up into the sky with an elated smile. The woman looked up. Mist permeated the air, and a vibrant rainbow stretched across the seaside, appearing extremely beautiful under the sunlight. Chapter 972. On the boundless ocean, a man was traversing atop the waves. Sigh, I can't even take a good vacation. Big Brother and a vacation with scenery and a chance to flex is a real vacation. Woof! A miniature white dog chimed in from behind him. Giant and Lynn, we were able to save so many people during this vacation. It's so meaningful. A golden-haired woman chimed in with emotion. The man massaged his brows, feeling a little speechless. That's right. The mysterious man who had forced back the tsunami with a single sword strike was none other than Enlin. They had initially wanted to bask in the sun on the beach, but they encountered a massive tsunami. They had initially wanted to keep a low profile, but they had no choice but to intervene. This tsunami doesn't appear to be a natural disaster. Earth's environment should have already calmed down as a result of its leveling up, so there's no reason for a disaster like this to occur, Enlin said. Giant Enlin, are you saying some other living being is behind this? Tina asked, and Lin nodded. That's right. I'm currently using my divine sense to detect any abnormalities in this ocean. Not long after that, and Lin's expression shifted. Over there! He turned toward a certain direction in the west. Tina immediately tore open a spatial passageway, and the three of them leaped into it. In the next instant, they appeared in the depths of the ocean. The terrifying water pressure came crashing down, and the force was so terrifying that it could even flatten a piece of iron. And Lin and the others had already reached an unimaginably powerful level, so they naturally weren't worried about this water pressure. Their expressions remained unchanged, and they continued onward. At the bottom of the ocean where light couldn't reach, this place was completely pitch black. However, there was one place that was glowing with a peculiar red light. This was a twisting trench, which looked like the sharp claws of a demon from afar. Giant and Lin, why are all the creatures here so ugly? Tina was a little fearful as she looked at the strange-looking fish swimming past her. In terms of power, she was naturally able to defeat these strange fish. However, these fish were all extremely frightening. In terms of appearance, these strange fish had successfully given her a fright. "Why are you so ugly?" And Lin was startled when he heard that. Then he said, "It's so dark in the deep sea. No one can see each other. Of course, they just grow randomly." "Tina," as if enlightened, Dabai clapped his claws and said, "Looks like the deep sea is the worst place to look at one's face. It's a clean stream in this evil world that looks at one's face. It must be a mudslide." And Lin casually swatted away a sawtooth fish that pounced at him and said angrily. As the two people and the dog got closer, they finally saw the red light. It was a pair of blood-red pupils, like lanterns leading the way, releasing a dark red glow in the dark space. The pitch-black mountain range that stretched for dozens of miles was its body. Its tail gently swayed, as if every movement it made could change the flow of the ocean. The dragon's head was as thick as a mountain, and it was staring at Lin and the others expressionlessly. "Have we encountered the Dragon King of the East Sea?" "Woof." Dabai was a little nervous. No, no, no. This is the Dragon King of the East Sea," and Lin denied with an extremely calm expression. The dragon's head didn't say anything, but a hint of disdain appeared in its eyes. It exhaled lightly, and the seawater converged to form a violent vortex that enshrouded Lin and the others. Perhaps in its eyes, these living beings were nothing more than trash. And Lin abruptly slapped his palm toward the vortex, and the seawater surged violently as the vortex was shattered by an extremely fearsome power. The power of his palm crashed down upon the dragon's head, flattening its massive face. "Howl!" The dragon's head let loose a wail of anguish, and it felt as if it had been slapped in the face as blood trickled down from the corner of its mouth. "Humph, flexing in front of me." And Lin harumphed coldly as he continued toward the dragon's head. The dragon's expression finally shifted as it roared in a thunderous voice. "Who the hell are you?" Tina blinked in confusion. "What's it saying?" "It's asking who we are in English," and Lin explained patiently. "Hi, my name is Tina." Tina greeted the dragon's head with a polite smile before reminding Lin, "Giant and Lin, translate for me." And Lin's expression darkened. "Are we here to make friends, or what? Do we have to introduce ourselves? Is there a need to be so friendly? I can't translate that for you." He ignored Tina as he spoke as he made his way toward the dragon's head. "I'm someone you can't afford to mess with." As soon as his voice fell, he unleashed a mountain-quaking fist toward the dragon's head. The dragon's expression shifted again, and it opened its mouth to blast forth scorching lava like a red pillar of water. The terrifying temperature caused the seawater to churn violently, and countless strange fish shrieked in anguish as they were cooked in the seawater. The lava breath collided with the golden fist, and the resulting explosion created a vacuum in the seawater. Then, right before the astonished eyes of the dragon's head, the golden fist broke through its breath. Boom! Howl! The massive dragon's head was knocked flying by the golden mountain-quaking fist, and its mountainous body also tumbled violently. And Lin stepped forward, and his body tore through the seawater as he charged toward the massive dragon at an extremely fast speed. The dragon's expression shifted drastically as it roared. "You! Howl, howl, howl!" It didn't even get a chance to finish its sentence before terrifying golden fists rained down upon it. Each and every one of those fists was able to dent its body, which was harder than steel, causing it to howl with anguish. Its massive body was several dozen kilometers in length as it thrashed about on the seabed, creating violent currents that pulverized all life forms around it. 15 minutes later, the massive dragon was on the brink of death, and it lay limply on the seabed. During this period of time, no matter how much it resisted, it was unable to harm Enlin in the slightest. It had finally fallen into despair. The human before it was far more powerful than it was. Please spare me, Senior. I have no vendetta against you, so there must be some kind of misunderstanding. The massive dragon lowered its head and begged for mercy with an aggrieved expression. Enlin stood on the dragon's head with a cold smile. Misunderstanding? So you weren't the one who caused the tsunami on the beach? The massive dragon faltered slightly upon hearing this before hurriedly explaining. Listen to me, Senior, there's a reason for that. A mysterious ball appeared at the bottom of the sea due to a tectonic shift. I was trying to break the ball open, but I used too much force and accidentally triggered the tsunami. I really didn't do it on purpose. However, Enlin wasn't going to buy it. So you don't have to take responsibility just because you didn't do it on purpose? If I hadn't been there, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of lives would have been lost. The massive dragon opened its mouth, but at this moment, a series of golden fists rained down on its body. Boom, 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 howl, howl, howl. The wretched cries of the massive dragon reverberated throughout the seabed. 15 minutes later, the massive dragon lay on the seabed, barely breathing. Apart from breathing, it didn't want to do anything else. I was wrong, I apologize, I was wrong, I apologize. It repeated the sentence over and over again as it succumbed to Enlin's tyranny. Enlin harumphed coldly. Don't think that you're invincible just because you've broken through to the return to void stage. If you dare to make a mistake again, you'll become food for my frying pan. Yes, yes, yes. Senior is right. I'll never make such a stupid mistake again. The massive dragon was almost moved to the point of tears. It was finally going to survive. It was the ruler of the sea, so when had it ever suffered such humiliation? It was the most powerful being on Earth, and it had broken through to the return to void stage during the cataclysmic changes on Earth, so it was in its prime. Aside from the one in the east, it was invincible. Who would have thought that it would be beaten by a mysterious human after only a few days? And Lin was quite pleased with the massive dragon's attitude. Now, it's time for you to tell me about that ball, right? A hesitant expression appeared on the massive dragon's face. The ball was an extremely precious secret to it, one that it was determined to unravel even at the expense of the entire human world. It then sensed a golden fluctuation above its head, and its body shuddered as it spoke in an urgent voice. I'll tell you right now. Chapter 973. The golden light in his hand finally dissipated upon seeing the dragon's submission, and a smile appeared on Enlin's face. You're smart. Tell me everything you know. The giant dragon was confused. Was this man trying to seek justice for the human race, or was he trying to take advantage of this situation to rob it? However, regardless of what his motives were, the giant dragon could only do one thing. Sigh. I'm still too weak. It heaved a forlorn sigh as it dragged its battered body toward a certain direction. Not long after, they came to the side of a sphere. This ball was bronze in color, and it was impossible to tell what material it was made of. It had a diameter of over 100 meters, and it lay silently within a massive crater. I can sense the boundless power of the ocean within this ball, but I'm unable to use it. Regardless of whether it's through bloodline refinement, spell techniques, or physical attacks, I'm unable to uncover the secrets of this ball, the giant dragon explained. It had discovered a treasure, but it was unable to use it. The tsunami it had caused earlier was actually a result of the giant dragon trying to break open the ball and unleashing a powerful technique to no avail. And Lin's eyes lit up at the sight of the ball, and he chuckled as he said, "This proves that you're not meant to be with this ball." "What the F***CK are you talking about?" The giant dragon's chest constricted, and it wanted to say something, but the words were stuck in its throat. It had no choice, and Lin was far too powerful, and the giant dragon had just broken through to the return to void stage. So it wanted to live for a while longer, so it was best not to piss him off at a time like this. And Lin could sense that this ball was imbued with the power of the ocean, and its energy fluctuations were comparable to that of an immortal tool. So it was definitely of an extraordinary quality. Tina flew around the ball and said, "This big ball is a natural object formed by heaven and earth. It's most likely a treasure that was born after Earth's level increased. It's a very powerful treasure. Oh my, brother giant dragon, I've encountered this ball here. If I can figure out how to use this ball, then I should be able to prove that I'm fated to meet this ball, right?" And Lin asked with a smile, "Ew, what do you mean, senior?" The giant dragon asked with a pitiable expression, "What I mean is this is ownerless. If I can use it, then it's mine. Am I right?" And Lin asked cheerfully, how could the colossal dragon dare to disagree? Hot tears welled up in its eyes as it said, "Senior is right. That makes perfect sense." The one with the biggest fist was the tyrant. No one dared to disobey the tyrant's words, and Lin nodded with satisfaction before flying over to the mysterious ball and slowly studying it. The giant dragon looked at Lin's back, its heart still filled with anticipation. This mysterious giant ball was like a flawless shell, and finding a way to crack it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Perhaps this human would be able to back off, and Lin fiddled with it for a while and looked at the big ball in confusion. The gigantic dragon sneered in its heart. It had studied this ball for several days, but to no avail. It could not even put it into a spatial magic tool. It would be strange if this man could break it easily. And Lin thought for a moment, "Forget it. I won't be pretentious. I'll just use my cheat, divine inspection technique." He stroked the ball, and a white light flashed past his eyes as a huge amount of information began to flow into his mind. Large water ball, world-level immortal tool, materialized from the power of the ocean when Earth was upgraded. After filling the ball with water, the user's power of water would be able to unleash a fearsome weight, kinetic energy impact, and gravitational suppression. The specific refinement method was as follows. Use the blood of a god of creation to carve the formation below, then use your own blood to refine it. Then add water, 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 until the white circle disappears. Only then will the water be successfully infused. And Lin, no wonder the giant dragon was unable to refine this ball. It required the blood of a god of creation to do so. Was he supposed to ask Nuwa for help? That was obviously not going to happen. The method of infusing water was also quite peculiar. All he had to do was add water, 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 water. The only thing he didn't understand was what the hell was a world-level immortal tool? Immortal tools could be categorized as world-level and non-world level. Regardless of what this rank was, it sounded really bad as this really is fate. And Lin smiled. If someone else came here, they would probably be at a loss, but I'm just in time. He turned toward Tina. "Little Na, can I borrow your blood?" That's right. Gods of creation were extremely rare, even on the entire continent. But he just so happened to have a god of creation by his side, and that was Tina. Sure. Tina didn't even ask why as she slid a slender finger across her wrist, upon which a drop of blood drifted toward Lin. The giant dragon's pupils contracted as it stared at Lin with confusion in its eyes. What was this man trying to do? Why was he using the blood of that golden-haired woman? Even if he was trying to refine it with bloodline, shouldn't he be using his own blood? Immediately afterward, the human male used the blood of the golden-haired woman to carve an extremely complex spell formation onto the ball before dripping his own golden blood essence onto the center of the spell formation. Done. Refinement is successful, and Lin nodded with satisfaction. Boom! The ball suddenly tremored violently, and the seawater within a radius of over 50 kilometers began to surge along with it. The giant dragon's eyes widened with incredulity as it stared at Enlin. He refined it, just like that? This doesn't make sense. How could it be so easy? No one answered its question, and Lin gently patted the brass ball, upon which a white halo began to appear. Then a huge amount of seawater began to flow into the ball, like a vortex. The giant dragon was in complete despair upon seeing this. The fact that Enlin was able to use this ball meant that he had truly refined it. The vortex encompassed an extremely large area, and in order to prevent itself from being sucked in, the giant dragon had to use spell techniques to stabilize its mountainous body. However, the ball was like a bottomless pit that continued to devour seawater. 100 tons, 10,000 tons, 1,000,000 tons, 100 million tons. The giant dragon was completely dumbstruck. Was there no end to this ball? Was it going to suck up all the water in the Pacific Ocean? After what seemed like an eternity, the brass ball of water suddenly burped. And Lin understood what was going on and stopped pouring water into it. Instead, he made a series of hand seals and stowed the ball into his storage ring. The giant dragon stared at Lin with an envious expression, not taking into account anything else. Just the fact that this ball could absorb so much water was already far beyond its imagination, and it knew that this was an extraordinary item. However, what was the point of knowing that it was bad *SS? It could only watch as someone else used it. Haha, brother giant dragon, it looks like this ball is indeed fated to be with me. And Lin patted the giant dragon's horn with a pleased expression. But why did this look so cheap in the giant dragon's eyes? The giant dragon really wanted to tell Lin to *CK off after he was done with the ball, but the words came out of its mouth instead. He. Congratulations on obtaining the mysterious ball, Senior. This is all thanks to brother giant dragon's help. And Lin looked at the giant dragon with a grateful expression. It's not called the mysterious ball. After all, you discovered it first, so there's no harm in telling you. It's called the world-grade immortal tool, large water ball. The giant dragon shuddered upon hearing this, and a mouthful of blood welled up in its chest. It had really been dealt a heavy blow this time. Immortal tool. That was an immortal tool. It had just missed out on a legendary immortal tool. Brother giant dragon, I'll be going now. Remember not to harm humans anymore. And Lin bade farewell to the giant dragon in a carefree manner. He didn't take a single cloud with him, but he did take a water ball with him.